Jesus, I say that.
What now?
Right now. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills! There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game. Aren't I a good guy? I got boxes full of Pepe! What? I don't want reality.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Your name, please?
Winter is coming.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Cow.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Zuckerberg. Puerto Rico. Facebook.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Have to have my training. Immediately, if not sooner.
It's science.
That's hot.
Phrasing?
Follow the raceway, man. Illegal.
Well, here we are again. Good to see all you folks. Got a hell of a lot to talk about. It's been a whole 24 hours since we've had any galactic news. So I suppose we better get right to it. Don't forget to buckle up those seatbelts, space fans. This ride may encounter some turbulence. Okay, let's see. Aaron W, Monoa and Bob Carmody, 123 in the chat. Mr. Spock, Mrs. Jen's Cats, B-Cat. Pyramid 7. Okay, I think that's everybody. Yeah. Short list to start off here. Not a lot of free shoutouts to give here at the beginning. Well, I hope everybody's doing okay today. I know the world's a little crazy out there. Alright, we're gonna quickly hit up politics and then get right into what are essentially the two biggest stories going on out there. Hurricane Milton, October 7th, and well, the continuing de-evolution of the Middle East, brought to you by Israel and the United States. Speaking of the United States, let's start there. This was footage from a Donald Trump event earlier today.
Look at that. Yep.
Oh my god, can you imagine? Can you imagine the excitement if you were in that crowd right now? You saw Donald Trump's plane that you definitely can't afford. Like, nobody in that audience can afford a 747 or whatever that is, even if it's an old shitty one. You know, they can't even afford a wing on it. But, woo, yay! Donald Trump, thanks for everything you've done for us with the digital trading cards and all the merchandise. We really appreciate you. Just so exciting to see you and your plane. Real quick, I'm just gonna look something up. Okay, population of Butler, Pennsylvania is 13,000. Average income in Pennsylvania is $37,000. So Boeing 747 costs roughly $250 million. So if we just use the figures there with 13, we'll call it 14,000 people, even though that's technically above the number of people in Butler, Pennsylvania, where this rally was held. We'll give them 33,500. So that's the average income in... That's not right. 13,000. Why can't I do math right now? So it basically costs the entire annual income of the entire town of of Butler, Pennsylvania to consider buying one of these puppies.
Okay, that's it. Good night.
Hilarious. It's true though, that's all I needed. Just the sight of Donald Trump's plane. My god. Alright, let's get back onto some more serious things. And actually, really there's not a lot of serious political stories, because literally the hurricane, October 7th, and what's happening currently in either Lebanon or in Israel, or it's essentially taking up the entire news cycle, from what I can tell. And really, for good reason. It's not just the hurricane. I keep calling it the hurricane. It's really two, right? Hurricane Helene just got done, and now Hurricane Milton is barreling towards Florida as a Category 5 storm right now. I see there's some difficult situation happening in chat. Well, just know that I'm here for you. Whenever you need, something to take your mind off of difficult shit. All right, let's go here. This is Donald Trump's new economic plan is literally tax everything. And that does seem, he seems to be ramping it up, if anything.
Donald Trump says he could put massive new tariffs on vehicles imported from Mexico if he wins November's presidential election.
We'll put a tariff of 200% on if we have to.
That comment came at a Sunday rally in Juneau, Wisconsin, and it marked an escalation in the Republican candidate's protectionist rhetoric.
They're building some of the biggest auto plants, car manufacturing plants anywhere in the world, and then they think they're going to build them cheap and sell them into our country and destroy Michigan.
Trump had previously talked about a 100% duty on cars and trucks made in Mexico with a view to helping the U.S. auto industry. Last year, Mexico exported about 3 million vehicles to the U.S. About half of that number was accounted for by the Detroit 3 automakers.
Oh, woof. So basically, Ford, GM, and, wait, who's the other one? Ford, GM. Why my brain just break? Chrysler? Is Chrysler still in existence? I don't think it is. Either way, the big, big automakers. Oh, Chevy. Ford, GM, and Chevy, I think, are the three, right? Either way, so 1.5 million vehicles out of those 3 million vehicles that came to the United States were U.S. companies. The rest are, I'm sure, companies that people buy from all the time. Things like Honda, BMW, you know, any of the big, really any of the big manufacturers are using Mexico because the labor is cheaper than it is in the United States. And then they can just sort of ship it over the border to the United States. And, you know, the costs are lower. You're a Chevy Bolt owner. Okay.
But other foreign firms also have plants there, like this one run by Germany's BMW. Trump previously threatened tariffs on Mexican car exports both as president and as a candidate back in 2016. The move was opposed by automakers who said it would have a severe impact on the industry and lead to higher prices for consumers. Trump and Democratic rival Kamala Harris have been campaigning hard in Wisconsin, as well as Michigan and Pennsylvania, which are all seen as key battleground states.
So yeah, I mean, if anything, this is just going to raise prices, right? So, you know, 3 million vehicles, or at least something in the range of 3 million, probably more, because every industry is always trying to make more of things than they did the year before, you know, is not going to come into this country, or if it does, it's going to be taxed at 200% if Donald Trump becomes president, apparently. Sounds bad. If anything, it's just going to massively raise prices on existing cars in the United States. Which I guess is good for people who are hoarding vehicles. All right, let's see. Here's some footage of the current president of the United States. Reporters had questions for him recently with everything going on.
President, sir. Mr. President, a couple of questions.
Is it me, or does it just seem like he's just getting older and older? Like you get these sort of flashes of being normal momentarily, and then he just goes back to being like this old guy, sort of ambling around the White House grounds, looking kind of confused. Why is he jogging? That is so random. Oh, I'm so glad he's not going to be president anymore. It was a coup.
Illegal.
I don't care. Nobody should care, because it wasn't. I'm just glad he's not going to be in office anymore. And the fact is, anybody who bought FJB merch or has ever said the phrase "fuck Joe Biden" unironically, or FJB, you know, I'm talking any merch, flags, stickers, you name it, okay? And you have a problem with Joe Biden stepping out of the race, then there's a problem with you. And you should also burn all that stuff because you're a fucking hypocrite. I don't know. He seems to be avoiding questions everywhere he goes right now. Probably because the stakes are incredibly high. He doesn't want to fuck it up. But it doesn't look good when you're just walking by just seas of reporters day and or night not answering questions. Not gonna lie. No Allman Brothers fans in chat. I can't say that I'm a fan. I'm familiar. You know, I've heard some of their music. It's good. It's just not, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's my go-to. I wouldn't say I have them rocked out in any playlists right now that I can think of. But I've heard, yeah, I've heard and enjoyed their music in the past. I cannot lie. All right. Now, let's see. Yeah. Should we get some music going while we do polls? I'm trying to figure that out right now. Music? Yeah. Nah, it's fine. We'll be fine. We'll be fine, I think. Oh my god, it's so small. Okay, let's look at the polls. See how things are shaking out over here. I assume polling data has been pretty sparse since we last checked it, considering all the events of the last week or so. But let's start here. National polls. 2.6 lead for Harris, which I think is basically where she was the last time we checked. Actually, we checked here. I think it was the 4th. So she's technically up 0.1% in the national polls. I don't know how many polls have been done since the last time we checked, like I said. But let's at least check on the states and see if there's been any sort of real movement here. Here's Arizona. Donald Trump is still up here, where he's held a lead for most of the last 2 months, although there was one point where Kamala had taken a lead back here, mid-August. 1.3 there. Last time we checked was here. So he's lost a 0.1, I'm sorry, since October 4th. The 10th was the debate, so he's still up 0.3 since then, but down 1 point since beginning of August in Arizona. Georgia. All right. Trump is up 1 point here in Georgia. He was up last time we checked. But he's up 1.4 the last time we checked, and now has lost 0.4 since then. The debate was here. He was up 0.8 then, so he's still up 0.2, very marginally, but up still. But down 0.4 since back beginning of August. Who else do we have to look at? Michigan. All right, 1.7 for Harris right now, which I think is an increase since the last time we saw. Slight, yes, very slight, but yeah, 1.5 to 1.7 over the last few days. Back here on the debate, she was at 1.7, so she's really sort of just gained back the ground that she lost since the debate. Or, well, I mean, it's complicated, right? Because at one point she was even up more, but, yeah, alright. Well, seems to have her still up in Michigan. Let's go to Nevada. Really, it's the same story. I think we're starting to see a similar picture here. Doesn't seem like there's a lot changing right now. If anything, races are just getting tighter and tighter. Nevada, up 0.9. Back here on the debate, it was even, or Trump was actually up 0.1. She has been flat-lined essentially for what, for a week here, right around, hovering around 1 point. North Carolina. Still a race that is within 1 point margin of error here. And I'm pretty sure these have larger margins of error, if I'm not mistaken. I think these are closer to like 2 or 3. So yeah, Trump up 0.9. Last time we checked was here, where he was up 0.8. So he's gained 0.1 points since then. And technically almost a full point since the debate night in North Carolina. Honestly, I have no idea what people would have seen on debate night that would have made them think, oh, you know what, I was wrong. It's weird. It's weird to me. Anybody else remember that debate? Oh boy. Pennsylvania is looking even tighter right now. This is woof. 0.4 right now. And it's much too close. She had gained a little bit of ground in between the last time we checked and now, and then immediately went back and lost it and then some. Because we checked back here on the 4th, I believe. It was 0.5. You see, now it's 0.4. Back here on the 10th, on the night of the debate, it was 0.5. So she's back to where she was at, and less than where she was at the debate. Leaving it even more close than it should be right now. Really makes you wonder what sort of rhetoric is sticking with people out there. What else do we have to look at? I'm trying to think. Wisconsin? I feel like there's one more, isn't there? What am I missing? Alright, Kamala's up 1.5 here, and the last time we checked it was 1.6, so she's also lost some ground here. So Trump's lost ground in the places where he was up. Harris has lost ground in the places where she was up. They just seem to be getting closer and closer. I don't see what other people are saying. Good God. Okay. I think that's the state of things. Did we miss anything? I don't think we did. Much too close for comfort. Kamala needs a real bump, and if there was a second debate, I think that would be the second bump that everybody was sort of, what do you call it, hoping for. But in lieu of that, she needs something else. She needs to, I don't know, fly into these hurricane-affected areas and just start, I don't know, what do you call it? Just bring out the money gun, right? Just start sort of shooting it everywhere. Like, I don't mean on a plane. I mean, like, literally fly in, like Superwoman. Because that would really wow them. Let's be real. That's going to wow people. You fly in like Superwoman, that's going to get views on TikTok. Alright, let's go to this troubling story that we have. Probably many of us have some. What the fuck is that? Oh, what the heck? My Twitch just decided to. Hold on. Sorry. Please pause. No. Don't do it. I will lose it. Okay, there we go. That's much better. As I was saying, I had some... yes, right. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to open up my Twitch. I forgot. I've been doing this in order lately because of the lag. It seems to be, at least so far, working. Knock on wood. Alright, now, yes, let's go to this story. This is from More Perfect Union, a channel we're already familiar with, and also a topic we may be also familiar with, that being charter schools. And apparently, billionaires have a shocking plot on how they intend to take down rural public schools. Let's look into that.
Well-known figures that are funneling a lot of money into our states to push and lobby for legislation like this. And I don't know if our community or if our state really knows how much money is going into lobbying for this.
You can go back and check the campaign filings and just the astronomical amount of money that came in that race and that we're seeing in this race here in 2024. It's really alarming.
This spring, after an aggressive lobbying effort backed by billionaires, Nebraska became one of the latest states to pass a school privatization program.
Lawmakers have passed a bill to give tax dollars for private education. LB 1402 would earmark funds directly into the state budget for private school scholarships.
The state gives families taxpayer money in the form of vouchers, which funnel money away from public education.
School vouchers are essentially a public way to finance private education, be that religious education, private schools, or sometimes homeschooling.
We've seen other states who have drastically cut funding for their public education and the disarray that that's caused. Schools literally not being able to open on time, teachers not getting paid, they weren't able to get books for their students.
Lawmakers in Nebraska knew it wouldn't be popular. It passed by only one vote and on the last day of the legislative session. But they went ahead anyway, sparking mass outrage in the state. Now people are fighting back with a ballot initiative to repeal the school voucher program. We went to Nebraska to find out how a couple of billionaires engineered a legislative coup to defund public schools, and whether working class Nebraskans can win an almost improbable victory to save public education in a deep red state. The battle began in 2023 with an innocuous-sounding bill called LB 753.
What that essentially did was it created tax credits that individuals who donated money to organizations that granted scholarships to private schools could claim on their income taxes annually. When the governor came in actually for the hearing on LB 753, he said, this is just the first step. And so it was pretty blatant that that was the direction that they were going.
We successfully gathered enough signatures to put that bill on the ballot and to let voters decide, like, hey, do you want your public dollars to go to private schools? And what we found across the state, in rural Nebraska and urban Nebraska, was that people are not for this bill.
After
Yeah, because people don't want to pay for private schools when it's supposed to be for public schools. But people like Betsy DeVos have essentially dedicated their lives to making it so that that's the case. Which is complete nonsense. Nobody wants that. Just extremists and incredibly rich people. The whole part about private is it's supposed to be, you know, self-funded. Okay. Let's go to this. I actually haven't even seen this, but in the midst of everything, I figured we'd just see what the fuck is up with this. Apparently a building has partially collapsed in Philadelphia's Francisville
This is
neighborhood.
breaking overnight. Cleanup is underway in the city's Francisville neighborhood. An apartment building partially collapsed, littering bricks and debris all over cars, the roads, and the sidewalk.
No one in the neighborhood was hurt, but the building's stability is now in question. Action News reporter Corey Davis is live on the scene at North 17th Street with the latest. Corey?
Matt and Tam, good morning. So bricks are still falling from the side of the building even at this hour this morning. I'll show you exactly kind of how we believe it happened. So back there in the back of the building, it's kind of dark right now, but you can see the brick is missing from the top portion of this apartment building, taking it all the way over here. All of that brick has fallen to the bottom, and we believe the top portion that's still left on there still has yet to fall, and it even looks like it's starting to maybe peel away from the side of the building, and further down several stories. This is where all of the brick landed here. They've made a lot of progress actually cleaning up and clearing the street as much as possible, pushing the brick to the side. I want to give you a look there at some video. This is North 17th and Folsom Streets here. The force of the impact even bent the metal posts that are all along Folsom Street where we are. Bricks also damaged several parked cars out here. The sound of the falling brick was so loud that police say people initially called 911 to report an explosion. That's how loud it was. Police say this happened at around 9:30 last night. Once again, here at the intersection of North 17th and Folsom Streets in the city's Francisville section.
But what caused it? God damn it. I want to know.
Site is a recent a renovated building here, an old school building that was recently renovated and turned into a large apartment building. Residents say they've seen recent instances of other buildings with structural issues in this rapidly changing neighborhood.
But it kind of feels like a lot of developers around here just kind of operate free will, and they probably don't have enough funding to come out and check on these older buildings and make sure they're still up to snuff.
And here is viewer video. A viewer sent this to Action News shortly after the collapse last night. Folsom Street at that time was filled with debris as crews worked to figure out how to clear all of it out and to get that street blocked off. And also, too, we've learned that this apartment building is now empty. It has been evacuated until Elle and I can get in here to see just how structurally sound it is and whether they can deem it safe for residents to return. But this is a large building, so we'll definitely stay on top of this at the moment. People
Damn, evacuated? Can you imagine just, you know, I'm sure there's at least one person in there who, like, just moved their, you know, whole life into this place. Now suddenly the building starts literally falling apart, brick by brick. Oh, sorry, gotta evacuate. Might wake up under a pile of bricks. Sounds like the actual culprit of it, though, is, potentially at least, the irresponsibility of builders, or, yeah, essentially, or some sort of real estate involved people in this particular situation. We're doing on time. Alright, we're gonna. We always take 2 breaks. Like I have like 2,000 stories on. Not literally 2,000, but I've got like a ton of stuff on, what's happened the last couple of days. With the cleanup on Helene, Milton on its way, the protests October 7th, discussion around October 7th, the ongoing onslaught in Beirut, the recent strikes that have been seen in Israel, like Tel Aviv and other places. It's just so much to talk about this. Not America for once. Shockingly, I feel like every day we do this, we've always got at least a couple of hours of America stuff. I guess we could just take an early break. That feels weird to me, though. That feels weird. We'll just take a break at 2 hours, and then we'll just, right? Does that make sense? That makes sense, right? You think Milton is going to hit Tampa in about an hour? I think it's possible that some of the sort of outer bands of the storm are made. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, some of the outer bands of the storm are already making landfall, but they're not technically part of Milton. Do you know what I mean? It's like the front of the storm. It's like feeding Milton. And so I'm pretty sure that the rain has been coming down in all sorts of different places already in Florida. But the storm won't be arriving. It's actually been slowing down, which is bad. Always remember that. If the storm is slowing down, usually it means that it's picking up even more water, and it means that it's going to be moving over land even slower. That has nothing to do with the actual wind speeds inside of the storm. I'm just talking about the speed at which the storm is moving, right? Across the Gulf right now, as it is towards Florida. It's slowed down from, I think, like 10 miles an hour to 9 miles per hour to 8 miles per hour, which is like a 20% decrease. Speaking of the storm, let's get into it. And this is technically, this is like a double, it's like a double story. It's both politics and the storm. Here's WRAL talking about potential voting changes for people affected by Helene.
The deadline to register to vote is this Friday, but even the people in Western North Carolina who are registered to vote question whether they'll be able to perform their civic duty. Just minutes ago, the State Board of Elections voted unanimously to give the hardest hit counties more flexibility in how they conduct their elections. WRL Capitol Bureau Chief Laura Leslie joins us right now live with what those changes could look like, Laura.
You know, North Carolina is no stranger to holding elections after hurricanes and natural disasters. I mean, Hurricane Matthew hit us just less than a month before the 2016 presidential election. But this disaster is larger than anything election officials have had to deal with this past century. That's part of why the State Elections Board voted unanimously just minutes ago to allow county election boards in those 13 hardest hit counties to use different methods to get ballots to and from voters who may be stranded by damage from Helene. In some places, voting sites have been washed away, and county officials will have to use temporary sites or buildings to conduct voting at or near those precinct locations. If county boards approve, multi-partisan teams they appoint will be allowed to go to disaster shelters and other areas where aid is being provided to help people cast their absentee ballot. Those teams will also be able to collect those ballots and bring them back to the County Board of Elections so voters won't have to rely on the mail to return them. State Board member Stacey Eggers lives in Watauga County. That's one of the 13 counties included.
We will continue to make voting accessible to the voters. And whether we need four-wheelers, horses, or helicopters, this disaster highlights the need.
When they say accessible to voters, they mean voter ID, right? Right?
Illegal. For consistency in our work and making sure that we get to the locations that the voters expect us to be.
The emergency resolution they passed today would also allow voters in those counties to return their absentee ballots in person on Election Day at any precinct. That's something that's not generally allowed for most, under the law. And voters who've been displaced by the storm would be able to submit their ballots to county boards in other counties where they're staying, and those counties would then return those ballots back to the home county for them. Now, coming up at 2 o'clock today, we're going to hear directly from State Elections Director Karen Brinson-Bell about...
Okay. I just found it funny that in the midst of all this stuff, like, these southern states all just sort of go back on all of their principles, like hating the federal government and changing election law to make things easier for people to vote. It's like, what happened to, I don't know, 2 weeks ago? And practically every one of these states that got hit by Helene were like decrying all of that stuff. How dare you make me pay for federal funded for FEMA?
Illegal.
All right, let's go here. Here's J.D. Vance responding to reporters pressing him on claims about using funds for FEMA for immigrants. Let's see what his answer was to this.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Thank you, Senator. It's Torian with CBS News. You said in an interview with Newsmax yesterday that FEMA was disaster relief was being.
They're so predictable. They're so predictable. You say anything that isn't specifically, like, oh, you don't work for Newsmax? Oh, boo, boo! You're not Tucker Carlson. You say CNN? Get out of here, CNN. We hate you. Stop asking questions, stupid
FEMA
journalists.
Was disaster relief was being used to fund to focus on migrants, rather. Donald Trump also said on Truth Social that most, if not all, of the money that FEMA spent is on migrants. FEMA officials say that's just not true. What evidence do you guys have to suggest that?
So here's the evidence. And by the way, I just want to make an observation about these reporters, and I appreciate the question. Is, when people say that they feel endangered by a crowd voicing their opinion, well, look, my friends, the First Amendment goes in both directions, and so you have.
Now, I didn't watch this whole speech, but this seems to be completely off topic from what the question was. I didn't hear anything about that, unless he's responding to the audience booing him. Maybe he took that as a sign of aggression. I mean, I could be.
This criticism, to be clear, but I read some article. It was in some, I forget who published it, but they were like, well, journalists don't feel safe and at some of our events. Look, not a single person here is going to harm you. They're just going to speak their mind, and they have every right to do it. So God bless you guys. The First Amendment, we believe in it in this country. But, sir, my point is about the focus of our current administration. And if you use resources, but most importantly, if you put people on the task of dealing, let's say, with a massive influx of illegal immigration, then they're going to be distracted from doing their core job of keeping Americans safe in response to disaster.
Oh, I see. So if you have, because this is an interesting tack. Because I'm pretty sure he's only upset about one particular sort of... because the thing is, I don't think he would ever object to us, the United States, sending people to the border to deal with the immigrant crisis, as long as it was to keep them out. Right? That wouldn't be a problem to him. In fact, he would send every single person at FEMA to go deal with that, rather than dealing with Helene. If he could, if he was in office. Thankfully, he's not.
Each of us, this is true of me, it's true of everybody in the world, we only got so much time to focus, and there's only so much time in the day. And if you take FEMA and you turn it into an agency that resettles illegal immigrants, that's going to take their focus away from keeping people safe after a hurricane. That's basic human reality. And I think there's no way around it. Now what the fact checkers say, and we'll sort of, we'll try to be as fair to the other side as possible.
Well, let's actually find out what the fact checkers had to say.
Donald Trump isn't just ramping up his presidential campaign, he's also amplifying a series of falsehoods and misinformation about the government's hurricane response. In both Michigan and North Carolina, he incorrectly accused the White House of stealing $1 billion from the Federal Emergency Management Agency to house undocumented immigrants.
Some of them are murderers, some of them are drug dealers. 13,099 murderers came into our country during their 3.5, and
that's a very specific number.
$1 billion they gave them to the migrants that came in.
Though FEMA has a different budget for shelter and support services for immigrants, its funding for disaster relief is ring-fenced. And the agency's director has squashed the lie, saying FEMA has what it needs. The last time U.S. disaster relief funds were reallocated for immigration purposes was in fact in 2019 under Trump himself, to bolster migrant programs at the southern border.
Oh, no. Not Trumpy. I wouldn't do it, I swear. I swear, don't listen to the lady. It's not true. Fake news. I'd never take money from FEMA to give it to the border, even though that's all I ever talked about. Alright. Let's go here. AP archive from a day ago. Firefighter recalls moments of flooding in North Carolina. Whatever it hits, it's taking. Quote unquote.
How long have you lived in Chimney Rock?
Born and raised.
And you said you're 32?
Yep.
Can you describe what this feels like?
At 7 o'clock we went and checked the river, and it was just starting to hit the tops of the bridges. And when we got back to the firehouse and told the old chief that it was hit the bridges, because he was here in '96 when it flooded, and he looked at us like we were crazy. These boulders are the size of cars or houses even that are rolling down the river. There's the steel girders from the beams on the bridges. I just walked up there, hiked up the river, and they're betting horseshoe shapes around boulders. The sound of everything when it was going, like a locomotive that you couldn't see, you know what I mean? And it's not water at that point, it's mud, it's thick concrete-like material, you know what I mean? So whatever it hits, it's taken.
Talk to them and let them know what's going on.
We're still here, we still need help, is the message. She was at Ingalls, Sean saw her.
When that guy said he was 32, I was like, say what? This guy does not look 32. Jesus Christ. You're gonna be Trump for Halloween. Interesting plan. Interesting.
There's no control over Mother Nature. We can try all we want, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, she's still in command.
Your Ingles is, yeah, so your Ingles will not replenish or anything like that.
These people are as strong as the mountain.
Go ahead, Molecular Station.
You can't run us out that easy. Yep. They tried to burn us out years ago when we had the big fire. We came back from it. We came back from the 96 flood. We came back from the 93 blizzard. This is a big one, don't get me wrong, but we will be here. We will be back.
Okay. So yeah, things not going so great in North Carolina right now, and they have a lot of cleanup to do right now. Hopefully this hurricane, Milton, doesn't come back. I mean, it's being projected to go back out into the Atlantic, but, you know, with nature, with Earth, with the weather, sometimes you just never know for sure. All the models, sometimes are proven wrong by unforeseen circumstances. Let's speak about Milton, because that is really... I mean, we'd be talking about Helene right now still, if it weren't for this, to be honest. Like, because the devastation is fucking insane right now. And there's, like we were saying just a couple of days ago, literal months and months, potentially in some places years of work to be done, hundreds of billions of dollars needed to restore it, and millions of people affected in different ways, and yet we have another storm barreling down on the area that's looking like it may very well be historic in size.
In preparation for the storm making landfall in the state of Florida, we've sent high water rescue vehicles.
FEMA has an entire website dedicated to dispelling FEMA disinformation. I think we can all blame one person in particular for that.
Hillsborough and Pinellas counties, where there are some models having the eye of the storm.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Making landfall, although I think the more recent track is that it's slightly south of Tampa Bay. Again, a lot of uncertainty. You know, again, don't get wedded to kind of where the eye of the storm is right now. There's a lot that can change. But a Tampa landfall is going to produce storm surge in places like Sarasota and Charlotte.
No, not Glenn Beck. Of course, the original, I mean, Alex Jones, of course. I mean, he's, I feel like, the most prolific FEMA disinformation personality, if you will. Internet personality. I mean, did that... I mean, come on, do these sound shots mean nothing to you people? God.
Landfall's a little further south. It's still going to produce storm surge further south and southwest. So I think no matter what, I think you're going to see surge from in the southwest part of the state. I think the storm's going to be big enough. I think it's going to be strong enough. And so it doesn't even matter if it goes into Tampa or Bradenton. If you're in Southwest Florida, you are going to feel that. So just be prepared for that. We are going to have a major storm impact the state.
Okay. Well, Pudding Figures sounded pretty concerned. This was almost 2 days ago. So we're kind of, maybe it was yesterday, might have been late yesterday.
Florida is bracing for another major hurricane on the heels of Helene. The state was preparing for its largest evacuation since 2017 as Milton, which authorities say strengthened into a hurricane, bore down on western Florida. Milton is now classified as a Category 1 hurricane with sustained winds of 85 miles per hour. Tom Murphy and his family were among Floridians filling up sandbags on Sunday.
Just in terms of preparation, you just got to do what you can early and
I'll be back.
Just get out there, and it is what it is, right?
The U.S. National Hurricane Center projected it will make landfall near the Tampa Bay area on Wednesday. The new hurricane was expected to affect areas already hit hard by Helene, which made landfall further north a little less than 2 weeks ago. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis warned of a potentially higher storm surge and more power outages from Milton compared to Helene, which the state is still reeling from.
This is a 24/7 moment for this debris removal. You have a storm and then have one less than 2 weeks later, 2 majors back to back. That is not something that is easy. That creates a lot of challenges. And so what we have to do is just do it round the clock until it's no longer safe to do it.
Helene left a wake of destruction across North Carolina, Florida, and much of the South. That storm also killed more than 200 people across 6 states, making it the deadliest named storm to hit the mainland U.S. since Hurricane Katrina killed nearly 1,400 people in 2005. Meanwhile, U.S. President Joe Biden has dispatched an additional 500 troops to North Carolina to assist with recovery efforts from Helene, part of a wider federal response that includes $137 million in approved aid, as damages are projected to reach billions.
Hurricane Milton, when we were here yesterday morning, said this is a tropical storm. Might become a hurricane yesterday, but probably by today, and it became a hurricane.
I don't know.
Quickly.
We're watching this again.
So not only is it a hurricane.
Why has this happened?
Following breaking news into CNN, a major hurricane is barreling toward Florida. Hurricane Milton is now a powerful Category 5 as it churns in the Gulf of Mexico, expected to make landfall on Wednesday evening, aiming directly at an area that doesn't usually see direct hits from hurricanes like this, Tampa Bay. Right now, Milton is threatening millions in its path with dangerous storm surge, severe flooding, and damaging winds as well.
Officials are warning people, get out now, with evacuation orders in place for 5 counties along the state's west coast. You see them there in red. And Milton will be the second major hurricane to hit Florida here in less than 2 weeks. We have meteorologist Elisa Raffa tracking the storm in the CNN Weather Center. Elisa, tell us the areas that are expected to be impacted most here.
We're really worried about that west coast of Florida. No matter what the intensity is, the storm will be wide. We'll find impacts across the entire peninsula. But look at this. It's just been hard to find words to describe the eye, the symmetry. Like, it is just incredibly strong right now. A Category 5 hurricane with 160-mile-per-hour winds gusting up towards 200 miles per hour. The rapid intensification this morning has been mind-blowing. We have seen an increase in the center winds, almost 100 miles per hour in just 24 hours. It has just exploded in those incredibly warm ocean temperatures. It scrapes the Yucatan Peninsula as this massive Category 5 storms. It weakens some as it gets towards the Florida Peninsula here, but we're still dealing with a major hurricane, a Category 3 or 4 in that hurricane watch area there in the pink. We'll start to find those impacts.
All right, we're going to move this forward a little bit because these are from like a day and a half ago. And projections from a day and a half ago. All right, great. This was also from yesterday, a little later. Oh, yeah.
The numbers that just came in at 5 o'clock advisory. Sustained wind, sustained at 180, gusts to 220 miles an hour with the storm. A very, very compact eye with the storm. It's scraping along the northern edge of Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. Obviously, Category 5 hurricane. For those of you that follow this sort of thing, the central pressure is down to 905 millibars. That is the strongest or the lowest pressure we have seen with an Atlantic hurricane since the historic 2005 hurricane season. That would be going back to Rita and Wilma, those two storms in 2005. That was also the year that Katrina had a very low pressure as well. So this is one of the strongest in about 20 years that we've seen. In the Gulf of Mexico, it is the strongest that we've ever seen when this late in the season, too. Amazing. 675 miles southwest of Tampa, Florida. The storm is not expected to make a direct landfall, but certainly scrape along the Yucatan coast overnight. It is expected to make landfall near or right on top of Tampa, Florida, very late Wednesday night or early Thursday morning around 2 o'clock in the morning. A couple of things to keep note of here. Do not focus on it's going to weaken to a Cat 3. That's no big deal because the wall of water, the storm surge, is already set in motion with this storm, and that will be pushed toward the west coast.
Yeah, and that wall of water is apparently going to be, in some places, 15 feet high. Which is just nuts. And the fact is like we were just saying, this storm has been slowing down recently, as we will see as we go through some of this stuff. And it only means worse things. It means the rain is going to be more. It will stay over certain areas for longer. It's not going to be good. Not going to be good.
That was a classic mistake that a lot of folks, thought of going back to that 2005 hurricane season when you had major Cat 5 storms weakening to Cat 3. That is not something we want to talk about this time. There's mandatory evacuations along the west coast of Florida for a very good reason. Also, another thing to focus on is that the storm could make landfall anywhere within this cone, and there's also 30% of the time, these storms make landfall outside of the cone. So anywhere on the west coast of Florida, up to the Big Bend and all the way down, say to Marco Island, needs to pay close attention to future forecasts of this storm system as it moves over the middle part of Florida with potentially historic storm surge. Now, this has been updated with the 5 o'clock advisory, and that is terrifying for the folks in the Tampa area. That is 12 feet or more of potential storm surge. They set an all-time record with Helene about a week and a half ago, with Clearwater surging to about 8 feet.
Yeah, all those numbers seem higher than 8 feet up there at the top. All right, this was from yesterday afternoon sometime, I think.
All right, thank you, Kim. And it is important to keep in mind the hurricane is coming on the heels of Hurricane Helene. There is debris from that storm that really needs to be cleaned up before this next storm hits. Joining us now, Scott Johnson. He's a reporter with our sister station at WJXT. He is live in Clay County, Florida for us right now. Scott, obviously we're looking at that path. Jacksonville's right there in the path as well. And you have a lot of issues too because you still have debris left from Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, that's the reality here. So this is my yard, actually. I want to show you, I'm just one of thousands and thousands of here in this area. This is Hurricane Helene. This is the trash, the garbage left in my yard from falling trees and branches. You see piles like these, many much, much bigger, all over the area. There's a big concern here because you have the storm coming. We're only 2 weeks away. In fact, Clay County, where I'm at right now, they just started debris removal today, a couple weeks after Helene. So a lot of people are just kind of scared. They're like, what do I do with all this stuff in my yard if Milton comes through and starts blowing everything around? So that's kind of the reality a lot of people are facing right now. I talked to the county emergency management guy a few hours ago. He says, put it by a fence, put it by a tree. You can only do so much, but just do nothing. Just ride it out and then clean it up again. I'm also hearing from...
Or do nothing. I mean, I guess that's a response to all of this. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. Doesn't seem smart. Especially because these things may very well be anything you leave lying around may turn into a missile later, traveling at whatever speed the wind happens to be traveling at.
Some different agencies saying, don't push any of this near drains. There's concerns about flooding. Where I'm at in North Florida, Helene was more of a wind event for us. We got a lot of damage, a lot of things blown around, and you did see in the Panhandle some flooding. But we're expecting Milton to bring a lot more water, to dump a lot more water on us. So that's a lot of people concerned.
Ask you that,
so
Scott.
It's definitely something we're monitoring. Yeah.
Just in terms of the water, obviously you got the St. Johns River. You've got, that low-lying area there that, that's got to be a big concern right near your downtown area.
Okay, let's get us caught up here a little bit because things have been changing rapidly and dramatically throughout this time. Let's go here. This is just some quick footage of people rushing to get out of Florida, heading for Georgia, apparently. This is from Atlanta News first.
Jennifer, thanks. And tonight, Florida evacuees have already made their way into Georgia ahead of Hurricane Milton. Officials project this mass evacuation could be the largest since Hurricane Irma in 2017. Atlanta News First reporter Patrick Quinn stationed alongside I-75 in Henry County. And Patrick, the intensity of this storm has driven many people north.
And Blair, this is a mass evacuation event, and I've been able to talk with some evacuees who have already made their way up from Florida into Georgia today, and they told me it was the double whammy of just experiencing Helene on top of the upgrade of Milton now being a Category 5 hurricane. That influenced them to go ahead and leave Florida, get ahead of the masses, and get ahead of Hurricane Milton.
We secured the house as much as we could, and and then wished the family that stayed good luck, and we left. Packed up the animals and left.
Mike and his family packed up this morning, left Clearwater, Florida, joined the droves, leaving the looming hurricane and their lives behind. And it's such a hard decision to actually uproot and go. Why'd you decide this morning?
Well, because the intensity of the storm.
Patty Rhodes, with her daughter, 4 kids, and a dog, crammed in for a long drive from Sarasota to western North Carolina, where they might initially be strapped for supplies after Hurricane Helene ravaged the region.
They seem to be okay. They're a little short on supplies because everyone that is taking supplies over to Asheville.
In what could be the largest mass evacuation since 2017.
Like, the bumper-to-bumper traffic has been insane.
We talked with Ella Scrignoli and her 2 friends.
Okay, I don't know why I switched screens for this. Let's see, we have a bunch more footage to look at. So yeah, we heard in the previous video about the concerns of clogged drains. Now, the fact is clogged drains are in fact a huge problem when it comes to flooding, especially in big storms like this. They get swept away in the direction of the drains because they are set up, generally speaking, to funnel water towards them. And as the debris goes along, so it blocks the drains, causes, I mean, maybe you've seen some of those videos of people unclogging drains on YouTube. They're actually quite satisfying. But that's exactly what's going on, right? But in the case of Milton right now, with Hurricane Helene just so recently in the past, you know, we got a real situation, right? There's a shit ton of debris just waiting to clog every single drain in, you know, the entire state, and it could be problematic because they do not seemingly have enough time to clean up all the debris.
Heading south from Indian River County now to St. Lucie County, where crews focused on drains and canals today. WPTV's Tyler Hatfield, he continues our team coverage live tonight. Tyler?
Yeah, crews have been busy all day long, and I want to show you what exactly they've been doing here in Lakewood Park. So this pump here, they've been using this on Green Dolphin Street to move any water, to expose any of this water out of the canal to prevent some of this flooding, because their main concern right now is that rainfall. Now, residents are being urged to clear out their culverts to prevent that further flooding, and the ground again is very saturated from those days of rain, and county crews are staging pumps like the one you just saw in flood-prone areas to help control that water. Now, the county storm drainage system can only handle 4 to 6 inches of water an hour.
So if you think about a funnel, if you're pouring into a funnel and you pour it too quickly, then it's going to spill. And those swales and roads are meant to be the secondary collectors of that rainfall to keep it out of homes and businesses.
Now, Eric Gill says if you do run into those flooded streets, to turn around and do not go drive into those flooded streets. But for now, live in St. Lucie County, I'm Tyler Hatfield, WPTV News.
So yeah, they are racing to try and get those, you know, the debris picked up, get drains prepared for all this. But it is a nearly undoable task, right? Because we already established earlier this week that Helene's going to take months to clean up after. What does that sound? I think that sound was the news. I think that was them. It wasn't me. So it's going to be near impossible to clear everything up before, you know. We could send the whole National Guard and still might not get done in the next day. Which is essentially how long people have before this storm actually hits in full, from my understanding.
Have the state emergency response team preparing for the largest evacuation that we have seen, most likely since 2017 Hurricane Irma.
Millions along Florida's west coast are bracing for another major hurricane that's set to unleash life-threatening storm surge, destructive winds, and flooding rain. Welcome into Fox Weather Live. I'm Kiana Lewis. Hurricane Milton already looking monstrous, strengthening into a major Category 5 storm. It's expected to make its landfall on Wednesday along Florida's Gulf Coast, and a state of emergency has been declared as mandatory evacuations are also in effect. This comes as many communities across Florida are still reeling from Hurricane Helene. We'll get you caught up on everything that's happened today, what's happening now, and what's still to come into tomorrow. Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ. And as we head over towards the expert desk, we do have the new advisory that just came in, so we do want to break that down for you. 8 p.m. advisory showing that not entirely much has changed for the areas there in Florida. Looking at Daytona Beach, as of now, we have the winds that are picking up. You can see that in the distance with the flags waving furiously in the wind. The winds are a prelude to what's expected when it comes to Milton. Here's the latest advisory. So it came in just a few moments ago. 180-mile-per-hour winds. That isn't something that changed, but what did change is the pressure. We have the pressure dropping significantly, 8 millibars. So that's an indication that the storm is still strengthening at this point in time. And moving forward, we're going to be watching. It's still a Category 5 storm. It is expected to weaken upon landfall, but that's still within the next, say, 48 hours or so. Here's the changes that I mentioned. So again, as of 5 p.m., we had the central pressure sitting at around 905 millibars. That continues to drop down 8 millibars, indicating that this is still strengthening.
Below 900 is fucking insane. I'm just going to point that out. Might move past a couple of these, get us even closer to current. Let's go to this. This is a view from the International Space Station.
Let's take a live look at Marcos Island, Florida, which is currently under hurricane.
Roll over emotional support characters. I thought that was the last stream. Are you sure it was last stream that you... No, I can't remember. They're all blurring together.
Let's take a live look at Marcos Island, Florida, which is currently under hurricane watch. Right now, that state is bracing for Category 5 Hurricane Milton. A view from space shows just how massive the storm is. Wind speeds reached 175 miles an hour. It is the strongest Atlantic hurricane since 2019. KOMO Chief Meteorologist Shannon O'Donnell is here tracking the very latest for us. Shannon?
Well, the very latest, it is even stronger than that. Now with sustained winds, Mayor, upwards of 180 miles per hour. That makes it a monster Category 5 storm there just off the tip of the Yucatan Peninsula. And he is moving at a good pace, which is actually good news. You always want your hurricanes to start picking up some speed so they're over as quickly as they started. But as it moves on in, still targeting the Tampa Bay area for our Wednesday evening into Thursday morning time frame, probably coming on board still as a very strong Category 3, if not Category 4 hurricane. Remember, you always have 3 big issues you have to worry about in terms of these sorts of storms. It would be the wind, the rain, and the storm surge. So here's a look at the expected winds. Look at how strong these are. Upwards of 155 to 185 mile per hour winds there surrounding the core of Milton, moving toward the Tampa Bay area. You can see the time frame there as we head into Wednesday. So the wind is just going to be devastating on its own. How about in terms of the heavy rain and the storm surge? We're talking about storm surge, in some cases upwards of 10 inches or more, so a foot or more. That means all that water from the Gulf of Mexico gets put.
Wait, I thought we were... Oh, here's the internet. Why did I thought I double-clicked past it. So rude.
How rude.
Okay, I guess we'll just finish this. It's like 30 seconds left. Alright, this is from 18 hours ago, showing long lines of traffic as Florida residents evacuate.
It is October 7th, 2024, 2:54 p.m. here in the outside of Tampa, Florida, Highway 4. Check the evacuation lines. It's miles and miles and upon miles of traffic heading out of the city.
So yeah, you can see people are just rushing to get out of Florida at this point. I think most people, after watching what happened with Helene, are not sticking around to see if Milton is as bad or worse.
Hurricane
like people are
Milton's strength and magnitude have left veteran meteorologists in shock, including John Morales of Miami. Take a look.
Just an incredible, incredible, incredible hurricane. It has dropped. It has dropped 50 millibars in 10 hours. I apologize. This is just horrific.
Morales has guided South Florida through some of the state's strongest ever hurricanes, including Andrew, Irma, Matthew, and Maria. He later posted on social media, quote, "Extreme weather driven by global warming has changed me. Frankly, you should be shaken too and demand climate action now." Well, Florida's Gulf Coast is bracing for yet another major hurricane. But it's not just any storm. It's the strongest storm the world has seen so far this year. Hurricane Milton has weakened slightly to a Category 4 strength. But the storm's explosion in size and intensity has been staggering, jumping from a Category 1 all the way to Category 5 in just 24 hours. By the time it makes landfall sometime Wednesday, it should weaken to a Category 3. But that's little comfort for a state still reeling from Hurricane Helene less than 2 weeks ago. Officials are warning Milton's impact will be catastrophic. They're urging everyone in the storm's path to leave as soon as they can, and many have taken that message to heart. Florida's highways have been packed since early Monday. The mayor of Tampa issued a stark warning to those daring to stay behind.
Helene was a wake-up call. This is literally catastrophic. And I can say without any dramatization whatsoever, if you choose to stay in one of those evacuation areas, you're going to die. If this takes a jog to the south, that's going to save us from the storm surge, but it stays on the track that it's projected to be on right now, or if it goes a bit north, would be even worse. So this is something that I have never seen in my life, and I can tell you that anyone who was born and raised in the Tampa Bay area has never seen anything like this before. People need to get out.
Cheryl Hubbard has more on the urgent preparations being made as the hurricane approaches.
In a routine that's
Those are some pretty strong words coming from the mayor there. If you're in Tampa and you're not getting out, the mayor just told you that you will die. Or did she say probably die? Die or probably die. It seems, coming from the mayor, pretty strong sort of statement.
As the hurricane approaches.
In a routine that's become all too familiar, Florida residents are preparing. Some by filling sandbags, some evacuating, all doing the best they can to prepare for yet another life-threatening storm. FEMA with a firm warning to those with evacuation orders.
They need to get out.
Some heeding the message. Florida highways were crammed Monday with what state officials expect could be the largest evacuation since 2017's Hurricane Irma. Milton threatened storm surge, rain, and flash flooding. But due to Hurricane Helene's devastation, there's another threat, the potential for flying debris.
We still have significant amount of debris cleanup to do across the barrier islands to make sure that that doesn't become projectiles in this coming hurricane.
Florida's governor has deployed the National Guard to help assist with debris removal that could cause more damage from Milton's forecasted winds, which got up to 180 miles per hour Monday. The storm is projected to weaken and make landfall as a Category 3 near the Tampa area on Wednesday, packing 120 mile per hour winds. Its dangerous I wall could come.
What's heartless? What did I say that was heartless? I did not. I didn't hear what you. What did I say?
Or anywhere from Cedar Key in the north.
Oh, you're suggesting that the mayor is being heartless because they haven't been providing actual ways. That's a fair point. They should be providing all the ways to get people out of Florida. Buses, planes, trains, automobiles, even those little electric scooters.
To Naples in the south.
If they have called for your evacuation order, I beg you, I implore you to evacuate. Drowning deaths due to storm surge are 100% preventable if you leave.
I'm Sherelle Hubbard reporting.
Elliot Jacobson is a climate analyst and retired professor of math and computer science. He joins me now from Santa Barbara in California. Appreciate you being with us.
Well, thanks for having me.
So Hurricane Milton is barreling toward the Florida coast right now. It's one of the top 10 strongest hurricanes ever recorded, the planet's strongest storm this year, now a Category 5. And Milton comes on the heels of the deadly force of Hurricane Helene. Brazil's Amazon region is experiencing its worst drought in 122 years, and we're seeing extreme flooding in West and Central Africa. So how much of all this can be directly linked to climate change?
So there are attribution studies that can try and link any given event to climate change, but we don't want to just go around pointing fingers at events and saying that's climate change, that's climate change. What we know is that climate change is going to make all of these events happen more often. They'll be more intense when they happen, and they'll last longer. And that's what we see over and over. We see more of these extreme events happening, and that is the fingerprint of climate change.
So how should we be responding to this new normal created for the...
I hate that term, the new normal, because I feel like it presupposes that we don't have choices that we could be making that could be, you know, reversing some of the damage we've been doing and are actively doing right now.
By climate change.
I mean, the fact is, though, I mean, there's also some very real... I mean, it's hard because like on some level, I'm like, I understand this because it is going to, even if we were to change a whole bunch of stuff immediately right now, would still take time for us to even see the effects of that. So I guess to some degree, the rhetoric makes sense. It just bothers me.
What do we need to be doing right now?
So it's a good question, especially your use of the phrase, the new normal. So what we need to understand is we're just passing through this moment. We don't have any idea of what a new normal will be or where we're headed. It has a lot to do with the sorts of decisions that are made right now, both locally, globally, and in every sort of political environment. So things will get a lot worse than they are now. They will continue to get worse for at least the next 30 to 50 years, pretty much no matter what we do. We have to be thinking of a future for our children and grandchildren right now with the decisions we make. So I just want to say that the new normal, unfortunately, is still a long way off.
So how should nations rebuild after these extreme weather disasters? And also, how should they be building for the future to adjust to the new conditions created and being created by climate change?
Well, one thing to understand is that scientists really do have a good idea of certain parts of the planet that are going to become sort of inhospitable to civilization. And these include certain coastal regions that are going to flood, certain regions that are simply going to get too hot to sustain human life, and certain places that are expected to have massive droughts or massive flooding. So what we need to do is trust the scientists who are identifying these regions and understand that migration is going to be taking place on a global scale. And we have to understand that climate migration will be part of our future, and that
Yeah, and that's something we really do need to come to terms with. And the fact is climate migrant isn't even actual. According to what's it called? The IPCC. The IPCC. I can't remember. Who does the study? It might be the UN. Point is that the climate migration isn't even really a recognized status at this time, even though it is certainly a thing that's happening because it's mostly happening internally. Right? Like even in this particular case, you have people rushing from Florida to Georgia. They're not like leaving the country, but they are being forced to evacuate their homes suddenly, repeatedly. It may cause some people to decide to no longer stay in Florida. And that would be a climate migrant. All right. What else we have? We got more stuff on the hurricane, actually. I forgot. Yep, we were only 7. This is also from about 7 hours ago. Or actually a little bit more. Right? CBS Miami. Let's go here.
All right, we are tracking Hurricane Milton. It is churning off the Florida Gulf Coast, and its storm path is headed toward the west coast of Florida, where it will likely bring life-threatening storm surge as well as heavy rain and strong winds. Milton is currently a Category 4 storm, and it did pick up a lot of strength recently. We want to now cross to our CBS News correspondent, Christian Benavides. He's tracking everything from St. Petersburg in Florida, and this is a place still, as you've been reporting, Christian, recovering from Helene. But how serious is the situation now?
Errol, at this point, you can just take a look at what this area looks like. We're in St. Pete Beach. This is a barrier island community. There are still folks here, as you can see. We spoke to a woman here, Suzanne, who is currently evacuating. She mentioned to me, she walked me through her experience. She rode out Helene, and she said she almost died. And this time she is evacuating for Milton, because all this damage that you see around me from Helene was caused by 5 feet of storm surge. Currently, what the forecast is showing is upwards of 15 feet of storm surge here. That's something that this area hasn't seen in modern history. And what officials are also worried about are these piles of debris, you know, from this small pile to entire homes. Officials are concerned that when Milton makes landfall, all of this debris could get picked up because of the wind and become dangerous projectiles.
Yeah, it's a problem. And I mean, the fact that this was all caused by 5, and it's about to be 15, so 3 times as bad. I mean, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine what's about to happen here. But it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good.
That they could also block storm drains, so they are it's really, you know, a rush to try to get this to a location where it won't just scatter everywhere. But I mean, just take a look. This is what you see for blocks and blocks and blocks from Helene.
that there's so much cleanup to do, and it's a race against the clock to try to get this to some place where it won't cause that sort of damage. So that's what's happening here at this point. And as you can see, people, as I mentioned, like Susan, who we spoke to, just evacuating, trying to make sure that they are out of here by the time that Milton is here.
Governor Ron DeSantis held an emergency press conference this morning saying he's putting fuel around the state. He's making sure there are protective barriers around some hospitals. Talk to me about preparations outside of where you are to keep people safe. It's just so unnerving seeing everything you're showing us.
Yeah, well, you know, people are trying to prepare, but you got to remember Tampa is such a low-lying area that practically, you know, a huge chunk of Tampa proper, downtown Tampa, all of that has to be evacuated. And here's the
I mean, yeah, Tampa is practically all at sea level. So all of that, all those numbers about storm surge, that's how high water is going to be. If it's a foot high, it's basically going to be a foot high in at least some parts of Tampa. And that's wild, because then you start talking about 15, and it's like, well, humans don't survive in water like that. You know, you can't just go walking to the store through 15 feet of water. Certainly not the only thing you can't do in 15 feet of water. Just an example. Trump wants to cancel the NOAA. Oh yeah, that's what we need in this moment. Less people out there telling us what's about to happen. Sure, that won't be problematic for anybody.
At some point, this storm jumped up to a 5. The temperature in the Gulf is so warm. Yeah. Let us know what to expect where it is now.
It's incredible how much it intensified yesterday, Errol. It went from a Category 1 early yesterday morning to a Category 5 yesterday around midday. So here's the thing. Out in advance of Milton,
half a day.
23 million people are underneath some
half a day to go from Category 1 to Category 5. Listen to that again.
Out in advance of Milton now, 23 million people are underneath some sort of tropical storm watcher warning or hurricane watcher warning, with those hurricane warnings extended from the Tampa coast to the East Coast over on Cape Canaveral, with then tropical storm warnings in effect to the north and south of those hurricane warnings. Here's the latest with Milton. It went through what's called an eye wall replacement cycle, where that small pinhole eye wall yesterday collapsed and another eye wall around the outside of it developed. So that is a process that causes it to weaken, but now it's primed and ready to actually begin strengthening once again. It's a very powerful Category 4 hurricane with wind speeds at 145 miles per hour, moving to the east-northeast at 12 miles per hour. Let me take you a little closer. You can see the eye wall actually a little bit bigger than the eye yesterday, and that's that secondary eye that formed, and now it's ready to start strengthening again as it moves over those warm waters in the South Gulf of Mexico. Here's one thing about Milton that's very different from Helene. It's actually much smaller. Those tropical storm force winds extend out 105 miles from the center of the storm, whereas Helene, those tropical storm force winds extended out over 300 miles from the center of the storm. The hurricane force winds, those Category 4 and 5 force winds, only extend out about 30 miles from the center of the storm. The thing is, though, those winds and that wind field are expected to expand as we go through the next couple of days, and we expect those tropical storm force winds to begin to hit Florida sometime tomorrow around midday. So that's...
So this was the current estimate, Wednesday at 1 p.m. That was the estimate here. This was 10 hours ago. And that, in fact, has changed since then. If I recall correctly, it's already been pushed back further due to the storm slowing even more in the Gulf, which is a worrying sign because it means it's just picking up even more water. Okay, so yeah, those are the view from space mission done by NASA.
We want to give you an up-close
This is from
look
7 hours ago.
at Hurricane Milton. This is powerful video coming from hurricane hunters who flew into the storm. It is impressive footage, and it gives you a glimpse at what is headed for this community. Let's watch.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Well, damn. Hit the sun. Holy crap. All right.
Yeah, damn is right, followed by nervous laughter. Very powerful video there. Imagine the force of those winds and all that rain hitting a community that's already been weathered by the storm. We actually want to get you a perspective from someone who is going to be not close to Treasure Island, roughly about 2 hours away in Sarasota, but is still concerned about the effects of Hurricane Milton. We have with us Eric Arroyo. He's a Sarasota County Commissioner. Eric, thank you so much for being with us. First and foremost, what is your chief concern about Hurricane Milton?
Okay, hold on. We don't need to list all of this. Let's just see where things are at here at this point. See what they were looking like. Why won't you let me click? Just let me click. I hate this. And I feel like they put this stuff right at the spot where it's most annoying for me. So I can't move through their frickin' videos.
At some point, we have to withdraw because we're taking into account the safety of our employees. So as of right now, it's just us. There's virtually no contractors willing to send their workers out into the barrier islands. We've sought the help of as much help as we can. The National Guard has sent us some troops that are going to help and be on standby. But it's a difficult situation with limited resources. Right now, all we can do is hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
Absolutely, and we so appreciate the work that those emergency teams do, and the last thing you would want to do is unnecessarily put them at risk. Eric, I do have one more question before we go, because I've been speaking to people around the community today about
Ooh, this is footage of the Yucatan Peninsula.
Milton joins us now from Fort Myers in Florida. And Carlos, just give us a sense of what you are seeing and how people there are preparing this evening.
Well, Issa, the folks that live in southwest Florida and to the north of where we are very much getting prepared for Hurricane Milton as it continues to make its way north. Here in Fort Myers, business after business after business has put up plywood. They have sandbags out, all in anticipation of what we expect to be some significant flooding. This one business here behind me has just started in the last couple of minutes inflating a water dam. What they're doing, what you're taking a look at right there, is an inflatable dam. They're filling it with water, all in an effort to try to keep some of the flooding out of this business. I'll tell you, though, not really sure how much this is going to work, considering that the storm surge that is being forecasted for this part of southwest Florida is anywhere between 6 to 10 feet. And so if that does materialize, that water is going to be well above that inflatable dam here behind me. Part of why this part of Fort Myers is a part of an evacuation zone is because there is a rather sizable, a major river about a block and a half from where we are. It's called the Caloosahatchee River. It goes out into the Gulf of Mexico, and it also goes into Lake Okeechobee, which is in the central part of Florida. What's going to happen, what the forecast is calling for, is that as the storm continues to make its way north and makes landfall as it stands right now, just to the north of us, we are still going to see all of that storm surge. We're still going to see all of that rainfall, anywhere between 6 to 8.
Wow. Oh, I gotta find that post. That's good.
Inches over a 24-hour period, and then when you add in high tide, the fear is that that river, the Caloosahatchee, is going to overflow, it is going to crest, and so it is going to have to end up going somewhere, and that somewhere is where we are standing. This area has known to flood. 2 years ago, Hurricane Ian just pretty much destroyed a good part of Lee County and flooded a great deal of Fort Myers, where we are, and a large part of the damage was the flooding brought on by the Caloosahatchee River. And so these folks are taking the storm serious. They're trying to do everything they can to try to keep some of this water out. But I've got to tell you, if these storm surge predictions hold, I'm not entirely sure that that inflatable dam is going to do much in keeping the water out of that business.
That is incredibly scary picture that you've just.
Yeah, no kidding. He's like, you know, there's been a bunch of time and effort here on this this thing behind me, but not gonna lie, probably not gonna help at all. I mean, he's not wrong. It's like, what, 2 feet? It's like 2 feet. Maybe a little more than 2 feet, but barely. Barely. I'm being generous. But the last storm surge was higher than that, and this one's gonna be 3 times as high. So I don't see how that little inner tube's gonna help. Okay. Let's see. What else we have? We're close to a break. Very close to a break.
Welcome back, everybody. I am right here in Hillsborough County, Florida, which is including the metro area. I'm away from there. I'm a little farther down to the south. That's the old Tampa Bay section of the bigger Tampa Bay area. That's the old Tampa Bay. On this side would be the Hillsborough Bay. Right there is the Howard Franklin Bridge.
Why did you think he was about to hit Florida? Well, you weren't misinformed. No. Actually, you were informed correctly at the time, my guess, because it's been changing. We mentioned it. I've mentioned it a couple times up to this point, but if you haven't been paying enough attention or you've been slipping in and out of the stream, what I've been saying is that the hurricane has been slowing down, and has slowed down by about 20% since getting, I would say, like right before it got behind the tip of the Yucatan Peninsula, it started slowing down, and it started slowing down dramatically. And part of the reason for that is because it hit the warmer water. It's also due to the fact that I think it's the what's it called? I forget what it's called, the eye wall switch. I think there's a more specific name for that. But it's been doing a bunch of weird stuff in getting more powerful in the Gulf, and it's been slowing it down. So it's going to take longer to get there, but it also means when it does get there, it's going to be even more devastating. And right now it's looking like it's going to be Wednesday evening, and maybe even early Thursday morning when it makes landfall.
You can see as it spans out there from Hillsborough County to Pinellas County. And some of those outer banks, you're talking not outer banks, but you're talking about those keys that are out there, the barrier islands, they're going to be shut down at 7 o'clock tonight, Michael, because it's just going to be too dangerous to try to save anybody once the winds and the rain and the storm surge comes up. By tomorrow, we're going to start feeling tropical storm force winds here by tomorrow morning, Michael.
Yeah, Bob, literally city officials on the barrier islands saying, quote, you will not survive if you're on those barrier islands. Bob, a quick update for you. The 2 p.m. advisory just came into us, and I do want to let you know, again, no huge surprises here, that Milton has strengthened. Winds going from 150 now up to 155 miles per hour with a lowering of our barometric pressure. Bob, as you know, the lower the pressure, the stronger the storm, so falling.
That barometric pressure keeps jumping and falling and jumping and falling, and it's creeping me out. Really creeping me out. Partially because it feels like you just almost like you don't even know what's about to happen right now. It feels like you go in fucking any direction. Oh boy. The fact is, this storm is, and I think some of these storms that are happening right now here towards the end of this hurricane season, and it's odd for them to be forming this late into the year, October 9th, but it's warm enough for it to be able to do it. And, yeah, it's just, what was I saying? Sorry, I gotta pee. And actually, you know, we're far enough into the stream, we should just take the break now. We're doing it. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Once you've gotten done doing both of those things, I'd like to also recommend to you something else, that being considering supporting the Galactic News Network, as we are entirely funded by people such as yourself. Places such as Patreon, Cash App, PayPal, all available whenever you like. However, Patreon offers the most benefits for your dollars, and also gets you, you know, just that real sense of galactic achievement. Only a few dollars a month to become a Galactic patron, so do consider it. Alright, chat, Galactic intermission. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back.
Minoep just cheered 100 bits. Beep boop bleep bloop blop.
By the way, thank you for the 100 bits. Beep boop bleep bloop blop to you as well, Moanoip. Alright, I'm back. Alright, back to Hurricane Milton. We're not done there. So we're just going to go straight back into it here. Second halftime. Get back in your seats, space fams. More content is on its way. Where were we? I think we were here, right? Yeah. 7 hours ago, BBC News, Hurricane Milton could be the worst storm to hit Florida in 100 years.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Hurricane Milton is on its way, and these residents aren't taking any chances. Cars jammed bumper to bumper as tens of thousands of residents of Florida's west coast flee the impending storm that experts warn could be the most powerful to hit this region in a century. It's also the second hurricane to hit the coastline in as many weeks and is currently barreling towards the major city of Tampa, whose mayor had a stark warning for anyone even thinking of staying put.
This is literally catastrophic, and I can say without any dramatization whatsoever, if you choose to stay in one of those evacuation areas, you're going to die.
The president today cancelled plans to travel abroad to oversee preparations as the monster storm hurtles towards Florida, bringing life-threatening storm surge and heavy rainfall.
We're driving up preparedness for Hurricane Milton, which could be one of the worst storms in 100 years to hit Florida. It's a matter of life and death, and that's not hyperbole. It's a matter of life and death.
Milton began as a Category 1 hurricane before exploding to a top-level Category 5 with winds of 180 miles per hour in record time, leaving one veteran meteorologist stunned and choked up as he delivered a news bulletin.
It's just an incredible, incredible, incredible hurricane. It has dropped It has dropped 50 millibars in 10 hours. I apologize. This is just horrific.
Although Milton could weaken before making landfall, the wall of water it is pushing ahead of it won't. This storm surge is often the greatest threat to life, and some areas are predicted to receive up to 15 feet of water, the highest ever for the region. To make matters worse, residents are still reeling from the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, which hit a fortnight ago. A race against the clock to put debris out of harm's way and evacuate before tomorrow.
It's really frustrating that the last hurricane...
I love how just, pretty much anything counts as debris as long as it's not nailed down. Refrigerators. I think even somebody referred to a house that had been broken as debris because it was no longer attached to the ground. I guess it all counts.
Came the storm, and they've screwed around and haven't picked the debris up, and now they're scrambling to get it picked up. And if this one does hit, it's going to be flying missiles. Stuff's going to be floating, flying in the air.
Fed by the warm waters in the Gulf of Mexico, Milton became the third fastest intensifying storm on record in the Atlantic Ocean. The heat in the sea has been abnormally high, and that heat acts like rocket fuel, propelling the storm forward. Propelling the politics too. Florida's Republican Governor Ron DeSantis yesterday reportedly refused calls about the storm from Vice President Kamala Harris because they, in his words, seemed political. In turn,
they seem political? I'm sorry, what? Coming from Ron DeSantis, that is a laugh. That is a real laugh right there. But you would think as the governor he would want to be in contact with the federal government during this situation. Who is he planning on talking to exactly? I don't understand.
Harris blasted DeSantis after being briefed by emergency experts.
It's utterly irresponsible, and it is selfish, and it is about political gamesmanship instead of doing the job that you took an oath to do, which is to put the people first.
She also criticised her rival Donald Trump who she said was spreading lies, including claims that funds were being diverted from storm survivors to migrants.
There's a lot of mis and disinformation being pushed out there by the former president about what is available, in particular to the survivors of Helene. And first of all, it's extraordinarily irresponsible. It's about him, it's not about you.
On the ground, it's about preparation, doing everything you can to get ready, to brace yourself before the monster storm descends.
What's the finger crap? What are you talking about? Oh, are you talking about the finger, like the thumb over the fist thing? It's like the late 90s. It's like a thing from like decades ago. I don't even remember why I know this, but the fact is like decades ago in politics, somebody decided that pointing, specifically with your finger, like with your pointer finger, was bad. Doing it was tantamount to throwing away your political career somehow. I don't know why. Perhaps it was someone had come to the conclusion that it was like some sort of psychological thing. People didn't want to be pointed directly at and have said as if it meant them. And so ever since I want to say like Clinton, or maybe even before it, presidents were just like, I'm not going to point. It might actually have been Clinton specifically who started doing it, where he was like, I'm not going to point anymore. I'm just going to put my thumb here at the edge of my fist. And I'm going to point with that instead. How does that work for you?
So just how remarkable is this hurricane compared to others? Our weather presenter Liam Dutton is in our London studio to explain more. Liam.
Thanks, Aisha. Well, Hurricane Milton is a phenomenal storm. Here it is on the satellite picture earlier today, spiraling around very quickly, some very strong winds. And of course, it rapidly intensified from a tropical storm to a Category 5 storm in just the space of 24 hours. Now, this storm is the 5th most intense Atlantic hurricane on record in terms of its pressure. Peak winds so far have been up to 185 miles per hour. That's a top-end Category 5 storm, and it's delivered the strongest winds on record so late in the year across the Gulf of Mexico. Now, as we know, these storms are fueled by the very warm waters, and with the climate change and the oceans becoming even warmer, rapidly intensifying storms like this one are expected to become even more common as we head further into the future.
Liam, we've seen a lot of changes with this storm. What's the latest predicted path that it has?
Well, Aisha, thankfully today the storm has weakened ever so slightly, but it's still a powerful Category 4 storm. And in the next 48 hours, it's going to barrel eastwards across the Gulf of Mexico.
Okay. So it did weaken slightly, but as you'll see shortly, it got
President
stronger
Biden has
again.
warned that a huge
Not this one, I
hurricane
think the next
bearing
one
down
after
on
that.
Florida could be the worst storm there in a century. It's the second major storm to hit Florida in less than 2 weeks. 1 million residents have been told to leave their homes, with the mayor of Tampa saying if you stay, you will die. Hurricane Milton is even more powerful than Hurricane Helene, which killed at least 225 people. Well, the energy that is supercharging these hurricanes comes from the waters of the Atlantic Ocean. Normally, the average temperature at this time of year is about here, but this year it's been much higher, at or near the hottest temperatures on record, right up here now. Climate change is driving this as the oceans absorb most of the extra heat that carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases trap near Earth's surface. So warmer seas mean more water evaporates, and that allows storms to strengthen and grow. Will Grant reports.
Florida is once again bracing itself for a storm of devastating power. As Hurricane Milton bears down on the state, it brings 155-mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain and a life-threatening storm surge. The National Hurricane Center has warned it poses an extremely serious threat, and an emergency has been declared in more than 50 counties. President Biden has approved disaster funding and said Milton could be one of the worst storms to hit Florida in 100 years.
You should evacuate now. You should have already evacuated. It's a matter of life and death, and that's not hyperbole. It's a matter of life and death.
And the state authorities are using stark language too.
This is literally catastrophic, and I can say without any dramatization whatsoever. If you choose to stay in one of those evacuation areas, you're going to die.
Little wonder they're fleeing, as people in Florida know what's coming. Milton is due to make landfall in the same region battered by Hurricane Helene just 10 days ago. At least 225 people were killed in the US by Helene, with hundreds more still missing. Preparations are being put in place, with emergency shelters set up and a converted sports stadium providing thousands of beds for rescue workers. These scenes are becoming all too familiar, with Milton the 10th major storm this Atlantic hurricane season, as climate change...
The amount of debris that they have to clean up is insane. Every single house looks like this. Each one seems to have a construction site worth of garbage in front of it. It is insane. Just keep remembering, every time you see a pile of garbage, it's really a pile of hurricane missiles.
Causes a warming of the seas, making such storms more frequent and more powerful. Milton clipped Mexico as it barreled towards the US, giving an indication of what's on its way.
What is
No
this?
matter how experienced Floridians are with hurricanes, this remains a frightening storm.
Hold on, what the hell is this?
This is what Hurricane Milton looks like from space tonight. It is gathering strength as it heads towards the west coast of Florida. The worst storm there in a century is how President Biden is describing it, and it comes less than 2 weeks after another storm, Hurricane Helene, brought terrible...
This is the same thing we already heard, I think. They just... yeah, I think they must have used the same footage for it. Okay, fine. Then I take it back. I shouldn't have clicked it. Fine. That's what I get for clicking things. Should always stick to my plan. Well, they absolutely are. That's one of the things they've been warning about, God Dogs, is the fact that all of the debris left behind by Hurricane Helene will now be, as long as it's still waiting around there, it turned into, you know, projectiles when these 100+ mile per hour winds come through. I mean, there's just no other way to put it. They're you know, you get an umbrella moving at 150 miles an hour. What else do you call that? It's a missile. I think this is the raw footage of that Biden.
Thank you.
Oh, this is
thank
different.
you,
This is
thank
different. This is different. Okay.
Have a seat. Have one. I said that once, and there were no seats, and the guy looked at me like, "What the hell's the matter with him?" Before I begin,
Oh, wait a second.
I want to say we're prepared for.
We don't need to do this one right now. We're good. We'll talk about this one tomorrow. This is not important. You call it a high performance spear? Well, now we're just splitting hairs, aren't we? Woohoo, Papa Biden. I'm sorry. It's just not important right now. It's just not. I mean, it's something to talk about later, for sure. But in this moment, truly not important. Couldn't be less important. So as you can see, this is drone footage of people on the highway where they appear to be traveling, I don't know, one extra lane wide, at least one extra lane wide, and at about 10 miles an hour maybe, just sort of crawling along for what appears to be at least, well, miles maybe. It seems like, holy shit. Wow. I mean, look, everybody has taken to adding another lane to this, and you know what? In this particular situation, I think it makes sense. I don't think any cops are going to be pulling people over for this, because the fact is, you kind of need to add some extra cars moving in this particular situation. Everybody's going in one direction. And actually, wait. Oh, no. For a second, I thought these people were also going the wrong way. But no, this must be an on-ramp. Honestly, at this point, I'd be like, we're shutting down this half of the road, and everybody's just going to start going this way on this part, too. Hey, no spamming. What is this? One duck-laden emote message at a time. That is...
That's too much, man!
Okay. Where was that? That was 6 hours ago that footage was taken. This is getting really close to current. This is from about 4 hours ago.
Welcome back. South Florida stocking up on sandbags. Thousands lining up at distribution sites across Miami-Dade and Broward today in an effort to keep their homes dry.
As CBS News Miami's Maribel Rodriguez shows us, for some, it literally takes a village.
Dozens of South Florida residents lining up in Tropical Park to get sandbags. And as you can see, the line wraps around Tropical Park. I've been speaking with residents who are coming all the way from North Miami Beach here to get some sandbags. Marilyn made it to the front of the line and is waiting to get some.
Well, it's necessary. Yeah. I mean, we live in Florida.
She lives in Westchester in a flood-prone area and is getting sandbags not only for herself, but also for her neighbors.
The drainage system isn't doing so great, and I get flooded under normal circumstances.
We followed her to her home as her 90-year-old mother, Melba, was waiting by the window.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
How are you?
Bueno, bien, más o menos. Ahí esperando.
You're good. You're okay?
Okay, sí,
yeah?
I am okay. Yes.
You're okay?
Yes.
She's okay. Seeing her daughter drop off the sandbags she was waiting hours to receive. But now that you have these sandbags, ¿te sientes más cómoda?
Claro, sí, siempre hay una ayuda.
Yes, it always helps.
Que yo, vaya, lo agradezco en el alma.
You're very thankful. Gracias. Thank you. Maribel Rodriguez, CBS News, Miami.
What a nice lady. Okay, what's next?
Real gratification is just being able to help the American people. You know, we spend a lot of time overseas helping other people, and it's really good to be able to help people within our own country.
There have been resources coming from the air and the ground.
Okay, so this is discussing disaster relief efforts in general, and how much needs to be done right now in this moment. And we've already talked about just the massive scale of this whole thing. Hundreds of billions of dollars is going to be needed to deal with this relief effort, most likely, for the immediate aftermath and the rebuild as well.
To be able to help people within our own country.
There have been resources coming from the air and the ground to help victims of the recent hurricanes. Help from our military, local church groups, nonprofits, and neighbors. Jerica Williams with the American Red Cross of Tennessee says this has been a busy season for disaster relief.
So it truly is heartbreaking to see people have to deal with disasters back to back, but it is because of the American Red Cross volunteers that we have on the ground and that are so passionate about helping others that we continue to move on and help families who've been impacted.
Volunteers are spread throughout the Southeast, helping to rebuild after the destruction from Hurricane Helene. And now these same volunteers are setting up relief ahead of Hurricane Milton.
We can't do this alone, and hurricane season is not over yet. So we definitely encourage anybody who has a passion for helping others and has that availability to deploy for 2 or more weeks to sign up to become a Red Cross volunteer.
American Red Cross of Tennessee has responded to more than 1,400 disasters, and that includes home fires and the tornadoes that happened earlier this year. Volunteers have assisted so far more than 4,800 people since January. But with back-to-back hurricanes, volunteers need more help, and help comes at a price. According to NOAA, 28 weather and climate disasters with losses exceeding $1 billion each affected the U.S. in 2023. The combined total of these 2023 disasters was $93.1 billion. But no matter the cost, we know help is always on the way.
We rely heavily.
Yeah, and this season's going to be rough with everything that's happened. The total, I think, could be $500 billion this year. With everything that happened in Texas, and if you're talking about, I mean, my God, I mean, all season there's been just massive flooding. Florida, this isn't the first time Florida's been hit. I mean, I'm talking about Helene. Because there was a bunch of other flooding that we looked at that's happened in Florida. They've been hit by multiple storms, tropical storms, and also at least, what, 2 hurricanes before Helene? Smaller, but less powerful, but still left behind devastation. And not just there, all across the country. What was that? CBS Miami? I think that's what that was. Wait, no. That was News Channel 5. Let's go to this. Yeah. This is showing waters out in the Gulf of Mexico. Apparently they reached at least 8-foot waves out here. Oh, shit. Yeah, I see what they're talking about. Very choppy seas. These look like those deadliest catch waters right here. Oh boy. I do not know why this boat is even out here right now. Seems like a bad idea. Yeah, that was like, this got posted 48 minutes ago by Forbes. That was very recent. This is the most recent thing I think we have. This is live cam. It's a live stream of a place called the Spectrum Resorts Beach Club. As you can see, it looked relatively placid, although you can see a lot of wind sort of coming in here, pushing the trees around. There's definitely something of a wake. But that was, how long ago was this? Alright, it was 10 hours ago. This is 8 hours ago. Looks like it's getting windier. Holy shit, this thing's about ready to come out. Did you see that? Hold on. Did you see that palm tree almost just get ripped out of the ground? With, like, what appears to be just a bunch of children beneath it. Keep it moving. Seems like the wind stayed pretty high, honestly, considering this. You can't even see the storm, so whatever is sort of in front of it's already got some wind going on in there. This is what, like 6 hours ago? What is that sound? I assume everybody else can hear that sound. What the fuck do you think that sound is? You think it's water? I guess it could be. I just don't understand why the mic on a CCTV camera would be picking up the sound of anything but just the wave sound, right? That really low pitch sound. I'm just very confused about what that is. It could be, I guess it could be from the, no, that sounds like a whale. It literally sounds like a whale. There appears to be a bunch of boats out there. You can kind of see it, actually. I think this is sort of the very, very edge of the system, right? Like, this is the front. This isn't actually the hurricane. But you can see these clouds coming in now. And I believe that's got to be the storm coming in. You can see that wind's getting slightly worse, too. It's the sound of dread? That's a morbid answer. Could be, though. I'm not the one who's in charge of this camera. Maybe they've got it. They got dread settings on. I prefer to turn them off. This is live. Let's go live. Let's go to the live. Well, it seems like everybody left. All those boats that were out there seem to have gone. It does seem like the wind's getting worse and worse. You can hear the waves getting louder and louder, too. Well, maybe during the stream I'll like probably on like the second break I'll take a look and see if anything happens in the way of all of that. For now, I say we move forward. Finish off the second half here. We have a couple of environmental stories to talk about before we wrap it up. First, let's go to hear from Reuters from a day ago, where apparently British Petroleum, aka BP, has dropped its target on oil output in a apparent strategy reset. Which is confusing to me, because we just got done earlier this year talking about how they had claimed their new strategy was to get rid of renewables entirely. So what is their strategy reset going to look like? Well, who's to say? I don't think they even say it in this story. I'm sure it's proprietary.
BP has abandoned a target to cut oil and gas output by 2030. 3 sources told Reuters of the new approach. They said CEO Murray Auchincloss is scaling back the firm's energy transition strategy to regain confidence from investors. 4 years ago, BP pledged to cut output by 40% by 2030 while rapidly growing renewables. It was the sector's most ambitious energy transition plan, but the firm scaled back the target in February last year.
Oh, I just realized I read the story wrong. That's why I didn't get I misread it. So the premise of it makes no sense in my brain. They dropped their target for cut. I assumed they were just what do you call it? Like someone mistyped it. Okay, that makes more sense.
Focused on near-term returns rather than the energy transition. The sources said BP now aims to do several new investments in the Middle East and the Gulf of Mexico to boost its oil and gas output.
Right. Okay. So yeah, these jokers are planning on continuing, and in fact, ramping up their oil production. At one point, BP, after the BP oil spill, which happened in the Gulf of Mexico, by the way, if you don't recall, many years ago now, they tried to change their image and show everybody that they could go green too, that they could get involved in all sorts of cool green energy technologies. We don't need oil, said BP. We're sorry. And then they're like, you know what? We're not making enough money. And that's our main focus. And so they've completely given up on that. In contravention of, I don't know, caring about the earth or what people want. But that's not that important. But there we go. That's not how you spell that. That is definitely not how you spell that. Oh, but it worked anyway. Somebody already got the clippy clip for me. Actually, oh my god, I forgot that I forgot this was based on a real ad. Do you remember this? Anybody?
The Gulf spill is a tragedy that never should have happened. I'm Tony Hayward. BP has taken full responsibility for cleaning up the spill in the Gulf. We've helped organise the largest environmental response in this country's history. More than 2 million feet of boom, 30 planes and over 1,300 boats are working to protect the shoreline. Where oil reaches the shore, thousands of people are ready to clean it up. We will honour all legitimate claims, and our clean-up efforts will not come at any cost to taxpayers. To those affected and your families...
I mean, the fact is taxpayers did have to pay for cleanup, if you recall. And in some cases, we're cleaning up for years and years and years. I think to this day, there's still some things still covered in oil from that fucking oil spill.
I'm deeply sorry. The Gulf is home for thousands of BP employees, and we all feel the impact. To all the volunteers, and for the strong support of the government, thank you. We know it is our responsibility to keep you informed, and do everything we can so this never happens again. There's no one...
Yes, we all remember this. But, do you remember this?
Hello, I'm Tony Hayward, President and CEO of BP. Our accidental drilling spill again in the Gulf is a tragedy that should have never happened. And to all those affected, I want to say, we are deeply sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. Sorry.
Illegal.
We're sorry. We're sorry. Sorry. We're sorry. I'm deeply sorry.
That one gets me even more than the bear. It's just him looking into the mirror while shaving and saying, I'm deeply sorry. It's just disturbing. Hold on. That's not how you spell. Why is my typing so goddamn bad? Remember this? Actually, this deserves a. I forgot about it. This deserves a full blow up for this one. I forgot to add. I should have added these all in, but I didn't. Just because. Whatever. But this is a BP oil commercial from 4+ years ago. They posted it to their own YouTube channel. Now, apparently, if I recall correctly, I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but I believe BP spent nearly $500 million on this advertising campaign and the accompanying supposed science they were working on. BP Net Zero.
Took over in January, but has struggled to stop the fall in BP's share price. The energy giant has underperformed its rivals so far this year, as investors have questioned its ability to generate profits under its current strategy. Auchincloss has tried to distance himself from the approach of previous boss Bernard Looney. He's vowed to focus on returns and investing in the most profitable businesses, primarily oil and gas, though the company continues to target net zero emissions by 2050.
How's it gonna do that? How's it gonna? Is it gonna target them? As in, like, it's gonna try and ruin them? Like, target? You mean like aggressively, in a way that makes it harder? Because it's certainly not this sort of business strategy. Certainly not gonna help. If that's what you mean by target, maybe they mean like take a shotgun out back and sort of target it like a what do you call it? Like a clay pigeon. Because that would make more sense as an analogy. All right, let's go here. Reuters from a day ago. ThyssenKrupp reviewing green steel production plans. Let's hope it's better than BP's green plans.
ThyssenKrupp shares plummeted around 5% on Monday. Investors were spooked when the German industrial giant announced it was reviewing its plans for the production of green steel. That statement came after a report Sunday it was considering halting a major decarbonisation project. The crisis-ridden conglomerate said it is reviewing the plan for its steel division, including its green transformation. This refers to the carbon-neutral production of steel, one of the most polluting industrial processes. German newspaper Handelsblatt reported Sunday ThyssenKrupp had considered various scenarios. It ranged from using different technology to halting the hydrogen-based direct reduction project. ThyssenKrupp's update arrived on the same day German industrial orders were shown to have fallen significantly more than expected in August. It added to signs manufacturing in Europe's largest economy will not recover in the coming months. Official data showed orders fell by 5.8% on the previous month, well beyond analyst forecasts.
Okay. Now let's go here. Last story of the environmental half. This is, actually, it's not even the environmental half. Like, we've been just doing whatever. You get what I'm saying. And actually, it's not the last story. We're going to keep it going until we get to 4 hours, I guess. And then we'll do another break. It's just throwing me off. Today, I'm all off. Let's go to Bosnia. They were hit by floods recently, unexpectedly, which caused just a shocking amount of damage.
There was my bedroom, and there was a chest of drawers in the bathroom. You can see how high the water level was. My floor is 3 meters high, and the water reached the top of the floor and spread to the second floor, which means the water level must have been over 5 meters.
Yeah,
10 houses were washed away by the flood. A barn, cattle, 8 or 9 cows, a bull, 40 sheep disappeared. 5 cars. They are still looking for a woman from that house. From the house over there, they're still looking for my uncle. And from this house below, Ahmed and his wife, who have not yet been found.
Yeesh. You're seeing way too much devastation like this on the regular lately. It's not good. Hold on, I gotta close this window. There we go. All right. I guess we'll go straight to Earth news here. Because I don't have any space news, I just realized. Yeah, no, I have no space news, and I'm sorry, but there's too much stuff going on today for me to think about space. I don't know why. Well, I know why. I know perfectly well why. There's 10 trillion things happening on Earth. Not so much important stuff happening in space right now. Aside from this here, spacecast, of course. Okay, yeah. Let's go to Britain quickly here to discuss apparent lies about food rating systems in the UK.
An undercover BBC investigation has found food outlets, including Sainsbury's, misleading the public about their hygiene ratings. Under the law, every place serving food in England, Wales and Northern Ireland must be inspected and given a rating between 0 and 5 to reassure customers. But secret filming has also revealed numerous other places blatantly lying about their hygiene scores. Guy Lynn reports.
We're undercover to expose the high street takeaways, butchers and supermarkets who blatantly lie about their food hygiene ratings.
Yeah, can you 5-star?
Not true.
5-star.
5-star. And nor is this. Both places have terrible food hygiene ratings. The law says that every place that serves food must be regularly checked by food safety officers, like these ones, before rating a place and issuing a green sticker for the public to see. 5 means food safety is very good. The lower numbers, serious concerns.
1 or 2 is somewhere that's got quite serious food hygiene risks, potential for food poisoning such as E. coli, Campylobacter, Salmonella, all those sort of things which is going to make you quite sick or even die.
Yet time and again, the BBC found places lying in East London. Like this butcher, where we found a trap suggesting problems with mice and rodents.
No money, no one problem, no one nothing.
On the door it's a 3 for satisfactory, the truth a 0, urgent improvement needed. On the door it's a 4 at this cafe, but we know it's a 1 due to major issues with cleanliness.
But you got 4, so it means you're...
I'm good, yeah.
So what it means... Clean
Wow.
And 5 on the door here.
So they must just be buying...
Yet the reality is a 1.
They're supposed to be buying
Inspectors found
signs.
potential contamination and meat being sold months past its use-by date.
Ugh.
What's 5 mean? 5 minutes, excellent. Huh? 1 is a low, 0 is the lowest. Yeah. 5 is top class.
This expert says those who lied about their ratings could be in serious trouble.
They have deliberately put up signs or left signs in place which don't match their rating, and that, to my mind, will be fraud. They know about it, they've done nothing about it, that's fraud.
They weren't potentially committing fraud, but shockingly, even Sainsbury's was misleading customers for months. 5 on the doors here and on the official Sainsbury's website. Yet the real rating was a 0. Inspectors found mouse droppings and filth.
Say what? What? Sainsbury's is like a big chain store. This is insane.
Yet the real rating was a 0. Inspectors found mouse droppings and filth at this Sainsbury's. This takeaway denied deception, blaming staff confusion over the ratings, which have since improved. This butcher apologised and said it would retrain staff. This cafe and supermarket didn't respond. And Sainsbury's said the sticker and web information was outdated, have now been corrected, and the rating of this store has improved. What's worrying is we found 27 places misleading the public.
Illegal.
That is horrifying. Makes you not hungry. It makes you just like not want to eat things. Alright, let's go here. This is an interesting story. It could be considered fun. It's not Sunday Fun Day or anything, but it's not necessarily fun. It's just not sad. Is what it is. Or difficult. Here is the Nobel Prize in Medicine co-winner speaking about recently winning the prize from yesterday. Wait, what? Oh, there's another one. Aw. Fuck. I take it back.
This news is funded by viewers like you.
Nah, Amy's gonna ruin it.
Please support our work.
I said fun, and then suddenly Amy got in here and said no, no fun. And she's right. This is a tough one. Alright, I take it back. We'll talk about the Nobel Prize after this. I remember I put this in here and totally forgot. But it makes more sense to talk about it here because we were already in the UK, and that's where Julian Assange was last before being released?
At democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange spoke publicly today for the first time since he was released from the maximum security Belmarsh prison in London in June. He addressed the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe in France about his 14-year legal saga after publishing evidence of U.S. war crimes in Iraq and Afghanistan. Assange was freed from the prison in London after pleading guilty to a U.S. charge of obtaining and disclosing national security material. Assange's legal odyssey included house arrest for a year, 7 years, taking refuge in the cramped Ecuadorian embassy in London under political asylum, and then the Belmarsh prison. At the time he pled guilty, Assange was fighting extradition to the United States, where he faced up to 175 years in prison. Today marked the first time the world has heard Julian Assange's voice since British police raided the Ecuadorian embassy in 2019 and took him out. This is Julian Assange.
The transition from years of confinement in a maximum security prison to being here before the representatives of 46 nations and 700 million people is a profound and a surreal shift. The experience of isolation for years in a small cell is difficult to convey. It strips away one's sense of self, leaving only the raw essence of existence. I am yet not fully equipped to speak about what I have endured, the relentless struggle to stay alive, both physically and mentally, nor can I speak yet about the deaths by hanging, murder, and medical neglect of my fellow prisoners. I apologize in advance if my words falter or if my presentation lacks the polish you might expect from such a distinguished forum. Isolation has taken its toll, which I am trying to unwind, and expressing myself in this setting is a challenge. However, the gravity of this occasion and the weight of the issues at hand compel me to set aside my reservations and speak to you directly. I have traveled a long way, literally and figuratively, to be before you today. Before our discussion or answering any questions you might have, I wish to thank PACE for its 2020 resolution, which stated that my imprisonment set a dangerous precedent for journalists and noted that the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture called for my release. I'm also grateful for PACE's 2021 statement, expressing concern over credible reports that US officials discussed my assassination, again calling for my prompt release. And I commend the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee for commissioning a renowned rapporteur, Suna Iversdottir, to investigate the circumstances surrounding my detention and conviction and the consequent implications for human rights. However, like so many of the efforts made in my case, whether they were from parliamentarians, presidents, prime ministers, the Pope, UN officials and diplomats, unions, legal and medical professionals, academics, activists, or citizens, none of them should have been necessary. None of the statements, resolutions, reports, films, articles, events, fundraisers, protests, and letters over the last 14 years should have been necessary. But all of them were necessary because without them, I never would have seen the light of day. This unprecedented global effort was needed because the legal protections that did exist, many existed only on paper, were not effective in any remotely reasonable time. I eventually chose freedom over unrealizable justice after being detained for years and facing a 175-year sentence with no effective remedy. Justice, for me, is now precluded as the US government insisted in writing into its plea agreement that I cannot file a case at the European Court of Human Rights or even a Freedom of Information Act request over what it did to me as a result of its extradition request. I want to be totally clear. I am not free today because the system worked. I am free today after years of incarceration because I pled guilty to journalism. I pled guilty to seeking information from a source. I pled guilty to obtaining information from a source. And I pled guilty to informing the public what that information was. I did not plead guilty to anything else.
Okay. Just thought that was an important sort of historical moment there. As you know, he has been essentially, you know, just unable to speak to the public for years, and that was the first time that any words by Julian Assange were heard by anyone for quite some time. Now let's go to the Nobel Prize real quick.
You sort of know that you're on the list, but you're on the list for 20 years, and at a certain point, it hasn't happened. So there's a chance it won't happen. Because there's many great scientists, and so you might not be chosen, and so you never know. And so was I expecting it this year? No. But it's a lovely thing. And then what I said was that, oh, this changes everything, because it does. The Nobel is just way different than all the other awards in terms of, you know, cameramen don't show up for the other prizes. Let's put it that way, right?
Guy looks like a scientist. I don't know if he intentionally has cultivated this look to look more sciencey, but he's definitely doing a great job. Looks like he teaches, you know, some sort of science-related field.
Nothing. So that's different. And that's the 100 years of history.
All right, let's go to Albania. Jesus. Holy shit. Holy fuck. I can't believe that guy didn't move after the first one. Holy shit. So apparently anti-government protests have been erupting in Albania. And as you can see, erupting is actually a good descriptive word. Petrol bombs were hurled near police officers in Albania, holy fuck, as anti-government protesters clashed with police in Tirana, holy shit, protesting against the government of Prime Minister Edi Rama. The demonstrators were demanding a caretaker government be installed until next year's general election. The poster of Rama was set on fire. The protesters had accused the government of corruption and trying to silence opposition. Advertising screens and billboards were attacked. More than 1,000 police officers were deployed across Tirana. Police said 10 officers were injured from petrol bombs and other objects thrown. Rama has been in power since 2013 and has won in multiple elections, did they say? Hold on, I didn't quite catch that. Has won 3 consecutive elections. Okay. My God. Some of those explosions were wild. I was not expecting them to be as loud or powerful. You know? It's kind of sudden. All right, let's try and have a little bit more fun. And I guess, I mean, it's just fun because this is one of my favorite channels. And it also means that I don't have to be the one to try and make jokes. And sometimes that's tough for me, you know. I'm that talented of a funny man. I need other people to be funny for me sometimes. You know, it's just helpful. All right, let's go here. Talk about old Tim Pool, who's apparently been feeling a little litigious lately.
Tim Pool, as you recall, had Laura Loomer on its program not too long ago, and Laura Loomer said some pretty extreme stuff. And Tim,
I do remember that, Sam. I do. We all remember it. At least I think most of us remember when that happened. It's quite funny. Watching Tim Pool get upset about something happening on his show that might be problematic. All of a sudden. Like, oh, whoops. We did something problematic. How did that happen?
Had Laura Loomer on its program not too long ago, and Laura Loomer said some pretty extreme stuff. And Tim had said, at least at some other occasion, that he was on board with the capital punishment for all these, you know, liars and treasonous people in the government. And then the Harris campaign tweeted out saying, you know, Trump operatives are pushing the idea of capital punishment for people who work in the government. And that clip included both Tim Pool and Laura Loomer. Didn't say that Tim Pool was a operative. I mean, necessarily. Laura Loomer, we know, was involved in the debate prep. God knows what it was.
I mean, it's quite clear they're referring to Laura Loomer in that situation because she was, at the time, joyriding around on Trump's plane with him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she's definitely an operative. And they didn't say who. But nevertheless, Tim Pool decided to sue Harris. Now, look, Tim already, and this is my assumption. I want to make it clear because I understand that Tim is a little litigious. Tim already probably has lawyers on retainer who deal with stuff like defamation because he's being sued for defamation. And sometimes when you're not that bright, you tell your lawyers, well, if I can get sued for defamation, then maybe I can sue somebody for defamation. And the lawyer might say, like, well, okay, because they're billing more than they've ever billed before.
Actually, Tim, we can sue people. Would you like to give me a list of people we should be suing?
I'll put it on your tab. Based upon this brief, I get the sense that this lawyer is like, this is the lawyer. This is the lawyer is thinking like, I've hit pay dirt. This ain't happening again for me.
Tim was like, the best defense is a good offense, and the lawyer was like, hell yes.
Oh yes, you know what they say. Tim.
And I charge $200 an hour.
You got it. Oh, I got news for you. I think he's getting charging a little bit more than $200 an hour. Is my guess.
Oof.
But because Tim went like I need a lawyer from like New York or L.A. or whatever, and those.
What does Musk use?
Yeah, exactly. They're like $500-$700 an hour. They could be $1,000 an hour. And I'm sure the lawyer said, well, the best way to make money is to spend money. That's the lie that really gets the uninitiated. But let's read a couple of from the complaint filed. This is, I found, rather ironic. Number 40, paragraph 40. Ultimately, the Post accomplished what the Harris campaign set out to do. The Post gave Mr. Poole's opponents, including people he wants to reach and engage, with an excuse to distance themselves from Mr. Poole. They needed an excuse to distance themselves.
People would not understand why people are distancing themselves from that guy.
Yeah, that's
unless there
weird.
Was some sort of predicate.
The
not
way
making
I'm
any
doing
sense.
It now is because he did an interview with
now?
Laura Loomer. I mean, remember what the Post did primarily is just play a clip from his show. Political leaders and especially elected Democrats are now less likely to appear on Mr. Poole's show, despite his efforts to build bridges for discussion and debate. Has he ever had a single Democratic lawmaker on his show?
Not that I can think of. There's
No.
a chance Tulsi showed up at some
Does that
time.
count?
When she was a Democrat.
Yeah, does that count? Does post office Tulsi Gabbard count as a Democrat? I don't think so. If you're counting her as a Democrat, I would argue that you're being a bit disingenuous considering her current vibe. I mean, didn't she just get done hosting a town hall with Donald Trump? Is that what Democrats do? Hillary Clinton? She's going to go out there and host a town hall with Donald Trump? In fact, reverse that. Donald Trump's going to go out there and do a town hall with Hillary Clinton? Come on. Let's get real. Let's get really, really, really real. Not happening.
Yeah. And he's been doing less and less confrontational stuff recently, Tim, after some unfortunate debates for him where he didn't look that great.
Well, I mean, that was problematic, but he's still not inviting, Democratic politicians on there. I mean, I don't know how you measure that he has no chance of getting him on now when he had no chance of getting him on before.
Yeah.
In this regard, Mr. Poole has put millions of dollars where his mouth is, purchasing high-impact advertising in his native Chicago and New York City's Times Square to raise awareness of his show above the very streets on which he took on corporatism in an effort to reach many of the same people he once considered friends and allies. So I can't figure out if they're talking about he put up these billboards to drive viewers or to get guests.
That's weird. There's I feel like it should be pretty easy to distinguish between the two.
Put up billboards to take on corporatism? How did he pay for said billboards? Was it from the money that he may have received?
This is a...
I'm sure it was some sort of, what do you call it? Like some sort of collective effort, right? Couldn't be some sort of advertising company.
An allusion to when he was shooting video during Occupy. Those are the streets.
No,
supposedly.
I get it, but...
No, he also advertised Timcast and the Times Square one.
Yes, but the phrase awareness of his show above the very streets on which he took on corporatism in an effort to reach...
understood.
By exploiting...
Yeah.
Understood. Gotcha.
Yes,
It's
13, 14 years ago.
Past tense.
To counter the effects of the Harris campaign's disinformation, Mr. Poole will have to spend millions of dollars to win an audience with those who now falsely believe he wants a dictatorship that will imprison and execute his political opponents. This is almost as if you think that when someone says something and they read one tweet of it, that they're going to act upon what this guy or person says.
It's almost as if he is implying that.
It's almost like implying like, well, let me just continue to read because I'm starting to get some idea in my head as to like the dynamic of what he's saying from one tweet. What one tweet can do. Can you imagine if you were to repeat over and over,
clearly,
like on Twitter?
And I had never considered it at this point, but clearly tweets are dangerous and we have to be concerned about the ramifications from them.
In your show, like, I don't know, we're on the verge of a civil war. or there's going to be a race war over and over and over again. What kind of impact that
Tim
might
would
have.
never say
At the same time, paragraph 41, Mr. Poole has had to invest in additional security to fend off those who wish to do him and those he cares about harm, laboring under the false belief that the content creator supports tyranny. Now, what's interesting is that Tim announced there was going to be a lawsuit within 15 minutes of that tweet going up.
Wow.
Right?
That's
Do you remember
fast.
that?
It was very shortly
I've contacted
after.
my lawyers.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Interesting. He must have anticipated that this was going to inspire people to commit violence against.
It's weird.
It's science.
It's weird. It's like he has some sort of way of knowing ahead of time.
Him off of one tweet.
Wow.
You can only imagine how inspirational multiple tweets or years of shows might be if that dynamic is true, according to Tim Poole. Mr. Poole's concerns in this regard are not speculative. He and his employees have been victims of swatting. Shortly after the Harris campaign, August 31st, X post, a man showed up at the property owned by Mr. Poole. One of Mr. Poole's employees reported being assaulted by the man. But wait a second.
What's what?
This is, see, now here's the deal. If you don't expend money on a really good lawyer, it may make it difficult for you to achieve what you want to achieve in a legal context.
Jeez, maybe he is going with the bargain lawyer.
When you concede that you and your employees have been victims of swatting, you are conceding that there is a pre-existing problem, and it becomes that much more challenging to show that the offending act is in fact responsible for this. Next week,
a what now?
Be in Vegas at the tort conference. This, incidentally, is a tortious. This is a lawsuit. Tortious act.
Sam knows all about the tortious stuff. He's a big torter. All I know is he knows stuff. Tort stuff. Big knower of tort things. He makes a good point. Bringing up the fact that you already were getting swatted constantly beforehand for being an asshole. Or just because you happen to cultivate a particular audience. I don't know. I don't know why people are swatting Tim so regularly beforehand. But it does make it hard to claim that somehow now that someone has done one tweet, that's causing you and your team great problems you weren't experiencing before. It just doesn't quite line up. Alright, let's go here. This is a somewhat disturbing and concerning situation. It's going to be, I think, our last one. We're going to take a break here. I think it's the smartest place to break. So we're going to watch this, and then we're going to... Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We're actually doing really good on time. We could watch... Nah, we're fine. We're going to keep this going. Yeah, let's go here. This is Associated Press from 2 days ago. A story on a religious group in Georgia, which is apparently vanishing after being exiled centuries from Russia. Now, this is a very interesting little group of, I forgot how you pronounce the name of this religious group, but like they're saying, it is vanishing. There's a very small population of people that happen to have this religion. Hold on, I'm gonna turn the volume down a little bit. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, and this might, I don't know if this is wrong to say, but the women in this religion, there's no other way to put it. They look like Russian nesting dolls. I present to you Exhibit A. We are not baptized. We believe that a person has already been baptized by the Holy Spirit upon his birth. We are not baptized. Oh, sorry. Whoops. We have no icons and no intermediaries between the Lord and us. We pray directly by ourselves. Our ancestors were exiled here in 1841. My children are already the 10th generation living in Georgia. It's actually here where the first settlement happened. They lived here in simple dugouts because they were exiled in November. And there was already a terrible snowy desert here in November. People had a very hard time here. It is quite difficult to live and produce something here because the climate is very harsh and the weather conditions are difficult. But still, our ancestors adapted, kept cattle, cultivated the land, opened up virgin lands, grew cereals, potatoes. First of all, the community has changed because it became small after perestroika. The Soviet Union collapsed and very difficult times came. People flocked to their historical homeland, to Russia. The fact that there are few of us leaves a heavy residue in the soul. I've never heard anybody say anything like that. A residue in the soul? What does that mean? I mean, I think I get the vibe, but it's just... that's a new one. I had thoughts about leaving more than once. Nevertheless, we always try to find the solution in different situations. So we can stay here and preserve our culture, our traditions, and our rights. I just thought it was fascinating and something, to look at there. Alright. Moving along now. Let's talk October 7th. Let's talk Middle East, because that is, well, that's going to be the rest of this show. But before we do that, we gotta take a little space break. That's right, over here at the Galactic Pool. Now, if you haven't already, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to this channel. Both are super important and greatly appreciated. Now, once you're done doing both of those things, I'd like to also suggest that you consider helping keep this channel alive in other ways, and that being donations. All sorts of ways of doing it, and you can potentially donate very little, and it would still help cumulatively in the fight to keep the Galactic News Network alive. We got things like Patreon, where you can get all sorts of galactic benefits. You can hang out here at the pool with me, get a GIF or pic added to the set. You can dance the night away. Also PayPal and Cash App, but no, you don't get any benefits from those things, and I really do think that PayPal makes a lot more sense. 141 subs. Very nice. Okay, awesome. We're doing good. We're moving in the right direction. Alright, yes, what was I saying? $3 only to become a Galactic patron, so do consider it. Alright, take this last and final space break, and I'll be right back. seats, space fams. The final half is coming at you fast. I should do movie reviews. Movie reviews? Well, that would be a whole different channel. We'll do galactic movie reviews. On a completely different channel once we've, I don't know, solved the galaxy. Alright, you know, we're going to start off the same way we did on technically Monday morning. Which was really Sunday night. It was on Sunday Funday that we did our first coverage of October 7th. We weren't actually doing it on October 7th, but let's start here. This is the second half of the discussion that was on CBC between some weird guy in a suit and Noam Chomsky on his new, at the time, book, 9/11.
You can read that in the Nazi archives, too.
All right, when we come back, Noam Chomsky's always controversial views on Israel and his idea for solving problems using international law. So stick around once again for more Noam Chomsky. Hitchens says we've seen the enemy, and the enemy isn't us. It's the Islamic fascists. Compares them to fascists. We don't want to live with them. We don't want to negotiate them. We must destroy them. Ergo, the war against the Taliban justified. The war against the Al-Aqsa brigades justified. I mean, he has a different distinction, but we see the face of the enemy, and we should do anything to root them out. How do you respond to that argument?
I respond to that by saying that there are many evil forces in the world. If we want to stop atrocities, I think it's a great idea to reduce the level of atrocities and violence around the world. The easiest way to do it, simplest, is to stop participating in it. If we stop participating in it, we will already reduce the level of atrocities and violence enormously. And if we can ever reach the moral level, minimal moral level, of terminating our own massive participation in atrocities, then we can move to another question of what we do about the atrocities of others. And I think that it's right to deal with them. Yes, there is an enemy. There are people who carried out crimes against humanity, and there are ways to deal with crimes, not by bombing another country and putting millions of people at the risk of starvation. That's not a way to deal with crimes. When the U.S. was condemned for international terrorism in Nicaragua, and then vetoed a security, and dismissed the condemnation by the World Court, of course, and escalated the crimes, and vetoed a Security Council resolution calling on it to observe international law. The right reaction for Nicaragua was not to say, we have seen the enemy, and we must destroy them, so therefore let's set off bombs in Washington. But if it's wrong for them, it's wrong for us. Again, by elementary moral standards. So we should ask, well, what was right for them, and what's right for, which would be right for us? And I think they couldn't do what was right for them because we blocked it. We're too powerful. But we could do what was right for them, and we never even considered it because we don't rise to that minimal moral level. Let's take a look at the Middle East, but let's take a look at the facts. The facts are, for 35 years, there has been a harsh, brutal, miserable military occupation. There has not been a political settlement. The reason why there has not been a political settlement...
And I think at this time, so essentially what Noam is saying here, because this was around 2001, I think he's saying essentially since the 1967 war, that, which I guess, you know, and for this argument, I think technically makes sense. I mean, you could go back to the Nakba, but I think maybe rhetorically speaking in this particular case, either way, I mean, I think that's what he's referring to.
That the United States unilaterally has blocked it for 25 years, Is it supported by the entire world, including the majority of the American people? The answer to that question is yes. There is a political settlement that has been supported by virtually the entire world, including the Arab states, the PLO, Europe, Eastern Europe, Canada.
Didn't Barack put that on the table?
No, he did not.
He did not.
It is also supported by the majority of the American people. It has just been reiterated by Saudi Arabia. The U.S. has unilaterally blocked it for 25 years. What Barack put on the table, the population doesn't know this because people like the Western media, the media in Canada and the United States don't tell them. Like, you can check and see how often you, for example, or others have reported what I just said. Don't bother checking. The answer is 0. The Barack proposal in Camp David, in the Barack Clinton proposal, in the United States, I didn't check the Canadian media. In the United States, you cannot find a map, which is the most important thing, of course. Check in Canada and see if you can find a map. You go to Israel.
No, not 73. I think he's going back to the Six-Day War in 1967. Sorry, let's go back. I was reading comments.
In the Barack Clinton proposal, in the United States, I didn't check the Canadian media. In the United States, you cannot find a map, which is the most important thing, of course. Check in Canada and see if you can find a map. You go to Israel, you can find a map. If you go to scholarly sources, you can find a map. Here's what you find when you look at a map. You find that this generous, magnanimous proposal provided Israel with a salient east of Jerusalem, including the city of Ma'ale Adumim, which was established primarily by the Labor government in Clinton in order to bisect the West Bank. That salient goes almost to Jericho, breaks the West Bank into 2 cantons. Then there's a second salient to the north, going to the Israeli settlement of Ariel, which bisects the northern part into 2 cantons. So we've got 3 cantons in the West Bank, virtually separated. All 3 of them are separated from a small area of East Jerusalem, which is the center of Palestinian commercial and cultural life and of communication. So you got 4 cantons, all separated from the west, from Gaza, so that's 5 cantons, all surrounded by Israeli settlements, infrastructure development, and so on, which also incidentally guarantee Israel control over the water resources, the reason. Last comment. This does not rise to the level of South Africa 40 years ago, when South Africa established the Bantustans. That's the generous, magnanimous offer. Okay. And there's a good reason why maps weren't shown, because as soon as you look at the map, you see it.
All right. However, that's the characteristic.
Blam. This is young Chomsky. I mean, he's like 80 in this, right? Because he's almost like 100 years old right now. I think he's only a few years shy. So this was 23 years ago. Hold on. How old is he? Yeah, Noam Chomsky's like 95 years old, dude. He's like 72 in this interview. Or some outrageous number. I'm not doing the math correctly, but he's like 73 or something. Am I doing the math right?
Of it, but let me just say, Arafat didn't even bother putting a counter proposal on the table.
No, that's not true.
They negotiated at Taba afterwards.
That's not true.
But I guess my question is,
if
they don't continue to negotiate,
that's totally false.
That's false.
Not only is it false, but not a single participant in the meetings says it. That's a media fabrication.
That Arafat didn't put a counter proposal on the table?
They had a proposal. They proposed the international consensus, which has been accepted by the entire world, the Arab states, the PLO, the majority of the American... Sorry, they proposed a settlement which is in accord with an overwhelming international consensus,
my question is, if
and is blocked by the United States.
All right, when we come back after the...
Wow, they had to cut it because he was obliterating him. I wish there was more of that. They shouldn't have
Noam
cut.
Chomsky says that the United States is
bad
not
cut.
only blocking Middle East peace, it's actually escalating the violence there. And who's guilty of these kinds of crimes? George Bush, Bill Clinton, JFK, Eisenhower, all American presidents, and a lot more. So come on back once again for Noam Chomsky.
He doesn't look like Dershowitz. First off, he has way more hair than Dershowitz has. That's not fair. That's not fair. Also, Alan Dershowitz has got that just came out of a Ice Cube look. He's got like the Endocino Man beard. You know what I'm talking about? He just looks like like some sort of, he doesn't have access to razors or something, because it's the worst beard ever. Just shave it. Just shave it. Terrible.
The problem that people look at now, the Middle East, is they say it's spun out of control. How do you get back to
First way we get back is by trying the experiment of minimal honesty. Okay, let's try that experiment. If we try the experiment of minimal honesty, we look at our own position, and we discover what I just described, that for 25 years, the United States has blocked the political settlement, which is supported by the majority of the American population and by the entire world, except for Israel, virtually. I mean, there's some marginal exceptions. So first thing we do is accept the honesty to look at that. We take a look at Camp David, and we see, yeah, it was the same. The United States was still demanding a Bantustan-style settlement and rejecting the overwhelming international consensus and the position of the American people. We then discover that the United States immediately moved to enhance terror in the region. So let's continue. On September 29th, Ehud Barak put a massive military presence outside the Al-Aqsa Mosque, very provocative. When people came out of the mosque, young people started throwing stones, the Israeli army started shooting, half a dozen people were killed, and it escalated. The next couple of days, there was no Palestinian fire at this time, and this is all in occupied territories. In the next couple of days, Israel used U.S. helicopters. Israel produces no helicopters. Uses U.S. helicopters to attack civilian complexes, killing about a dozen people and wounding several dozen. Clinton reacted to that on October 3rd by making the biggest deal in a decade to send Israel new military helicopters, which had just been used for the purpose I described, and of course would continue to be. The U.S. press cooperated with that by refusing to publish the story. To this day, they have not published the fact. It continued. When Bush came in, one of his first acts was to send Israel a new shipment of the most advanced military helicopters in the arsenal. That continues right up to a couple of weeks ago with new shipments. You take a look at the reports from, say, GNN by British correspondents like Peter Beaumont in the London Observer. He says the worst atrocity there was the Apache helicopters buzzing around, destroying and demolishing everything. Yeah, this is enhancing terror. And we may easily continue. We can take, also, let me continue. On December 15th,
they're both Jeffrey Epstein pals. I mean, alright, I think there's definitely some differences between Dershowitz and Noam Chomsky, at least from my understanding. Like, I do know that, Noam Chomsky did supposedly receive some sort of financial benefit with regards to Jeffrey Epstein, but it was all, if I'm not mistaken, through like the educational institution that Noam Chomsky happens to be at. I can't remember which one it is. MIT. And the fact is Jeffrey Epstein was like all up in all these colleges for you know exactly what reason. He was doing whatever he could to sort of get in with people that he might be able to, you know what I'm saying here? Right? And unless he's flying on the plane or something like that, I struggle to see how, you know, how there's a real connection there. Like, that's, I think, or at least that's, what's the word? Like, illustrative of what you're suggesting.
14th, the Security Council tried to pass a resolution calling for what everyone recognizes to be the obvious means for reducing terror, namely sending international monitors. That's a way of reducing terror. This happened to be in the middle of a quiet period, which lasted for about 3 weeks. The U.S. vetoed it. 10 days before that, there was a meeting at Geneva of the high contracting parties of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which has unanimously held for 35 years that it applies to Israel. The meeting condemned the Israeli settlements as illegal, condemned a list of atrocities, willful destruction of property, murder, trials, torture, and so on and so forth.
Right, okay.
What happened to that meeting? Oh, I'll tell you what happened to that meeting. The U.S. boycotted it. Therefore, the media refused to publish it. Therefore, no one here knows that the United States once again enhanced terror by refusing to recognize the applicability of conventions which make virtually everything the United States and the Israel are doing there a grave breach of the Geneva Conventions, which means a war.
Sounds very similar to what we have been witnessing recently. Very weird, because this was from nearly 25 years ago. Creepy stuff. Alright, let's, before we go on to talk about the Gaza 7th, I'm sorry, the October 7th protests, here we talk about some of the other news that has been going on ever since, I don't know, we last did the news in the Middle East, which was probably a couple of days ago, it would look like, by going through my list here. Yeah, alright, let's start here. Associated Press, 2 days ago, plane carrying Brazilians fleeing Lebanon lands in Brazil. Whoa. I just clicked the wrong thing. There we go. There we go. There it is. All right. Sorry. Are you gonna? There we go. I was living in my grandmother's house in the south of Lebanon, which is very tense. Every day I heard the planes, the bombs in the sky. My biggest fear was never seeing my little sisters, who I love so much, and my family too. Attacking Beirut because of a group that wanted to attack Israel is not taking into account the need to prevent our people from becoming victims. Normally, the victim is not the one waging the war. The victims are the innocent people who don't want war. The victims are the women, the children. right, this is in Athens, showing the exact same thing. Evacuated Greeks leaving Lebanon. Everyone seems to be, if they can, getting out.
Because next to the airport, yesterday they were bombarding many buildings, and while we are coming to the airport, we saw buildings, smokes, everything. It was catastrophic.
Okay. I might just leave it here. Where are we? Alright, let's go to here. This is Democracy Now! From yesterday, it looks like. Yes, Palestinian poet Mossab Abu Toha. 1 year after October 7th, U.S. still arming Israel's slaughter in Gaza.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We turn now to look at Gaza as Israel's military has launched a new offensive on northern Gaza. Over the weekend, Israel ordered more than 300,000 Palestinians to flee. Israel's latest mass evacuation order came on the one-year anniversary of the start of its brutal war on Gaza, following Hamas's attack on October 7th. Over the weekend, Israeli forces attacked a mosque and a school sheltering displaced people in Deir al-Balah, killing at least 26 Palestinians. The official death count in Gaza is nearing 42,000, but believed to be much higher. We're joined now by Mossab Abu Toha, Palestinian poet and author. He left Gaza in December after being detained by the Israeli military. His essay in the New York Times, published Sunday, is headlined, "Gaza's schools are for learning, not for dying." And his latest piece for the New Yorker magazine is "The Pain of Traveling While Palestinian." He's a columnist, teacher, founder of the Edward Said Library in Gaza, author of the award-winning book titled Things You May Find Hidden in My Ear, Poems from Gaza. His second book of poetry will be out next week. It's titled Forest of Noise. Mossab, welcome back to Democracy Now! We talked to you right after you came out of Gaza. We also spoke to you in Gaza. You had been detained by the Israeli military. Your thoughts on this anniversary of both the Hamas attack and the beginning of the slaughter of Palestinians by the Israeli military in Gaza?
Thanks so much, Amy, for hosting me and for this platform. My thoughts is that whereas the Israelis were able to bury their dead after October 7th, there are just thousands of Palestinians whose bodies were not found because of the Israeli airstrikes, the intense Israeli airstrikes, and others whose bodies were left still under the rubble of their houses. I lost 30 members of my extended family, 3 first cousins, 2 of whom with their husbands and their children. And I haven't been able to bid them farewell. Some of them, they had nothing in their bodies left for me to look at them. And many of them are still under the rubble because there is no fuel, there is no equipment to remove the rubble from above the bodies. So it is really devastating to think that after a year, the world is still thinking about the October 7th only, rather than about the years and decades before October 7th and the many and long days and weeks that followed October 7th.
If you can respond to the Pope calling for a ceasefire in Lebanon, in Gaza, the French President Macron calling for an end to weapons sales to Israel, the U.S. continuing those weapons sales, though President Biden has said he wants a ceasefire, and these latest attacks in Gaza.
I mean, it's really funny when someone says that we need to achieve a ceasefire as soon as possible. This is what President Biden and Kamala Harris are asking for. But at the same time, they never stopped sending bombs to Israel. And they never even took any measures to stop Israel from invading humanitarian areas and from targeting humanitarian aid trucks when they enter Gaza. So instead of monitoring whatever bombs and weapons get into Israel, not only sending Israel weapons, but instead of monitoring whatever bombs Israel is using against the civilian population and even the tent areas where there are only tents there, there is even no house. There are even no houses there. So instead of monitoring the weapons that are getting into Israel and the kind of weapons that Israel is dropping, they are keeping a very close eyes on the kind of trucks and the kind of foods and biscuits and lunch on canned food into Gaza. So, and this is something that I wish I could hear after Palestine was occupied in 1948. Weapons should have stopped being sent to Israel, not in 2023 or 2024. It should have been.
Yeah, he makes a good point. Unfortunately, we can't go back and do any of that, so we have to do is make it stop now and stop sending the bombs now. So we bring back freedom fries. I mean, freedom fries were really just French fries. Let's be real. And we can call them whatever we want because of freedom. We don't have to call them freedom fries. We can call them really you pick whatever word you'd like to put before fries. In fact, you don't even need a word. You just call them fries, as it turns out. So hopefully we can live through that potential catastrophe looking us in the face. The potential return of freedom fries. But I do feel like you would be sort of, come on. Like, come on, Republicans. You really can't think of anything new? Freedom fries? Let's be real. We have some more Democracy Now! To look at here.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue to mark the one-year anniversary of the Hamas October 7th attack on Israel and the star of Israel, the beginning of Israel's relentless assault on Gaza, we turn now to the path forward, a new short film that features the stories of Israeli and Palestinian peace activists who've joined together calling for a ceasefire in Gaza and an end to the occupation. This is a trailer for the path forward.
All of us want to stop the killing of our children and your children.
We are crying for the world to act now before it will be too late.
From their deepest pain.
What happened to my parents on October 7th? Some nights I cried throughout the night.
If somebody kills your brother, you want to hurt whoever hurts your family.
They found their greatest purpose.
Every relationship that I will be able to build with Palestinians, it's very meaningful.
It didn't matter to me that his parents were Jewish. Those who were killed were my people too.
At this time of great pain, you choose to be together.
If not now, when?
I wanted to break the cycle of incitement, hatred, violence, revenge, rinse and repeat.
How can we move further away from this hashtag stand with Palestine or a hashtag stand with Israel?
if we are not able to grieve the loss of our humanity together, we will never be able to plan a future together.
Those who believe that bombs will bring safety, they are naive. They are naive.
We lost our compass of humanity, and we need to bring that back.
The idea that I should care more about a dead child who happens to be of someone who shares my nationality as opposed to someone who does not is insane to me.
The path forward includes the stories of Palestinian peace activist Aziz Abu Sara and Israeli peace activist Maoz Inon, who we just interviewed on this show. His parents, Bilha and Yakovi Inon, were killed in the October 7th attack. In this clip, The Path Forward, Aziz begins by talking about reaching out to Maoz after news of Maoz's parents' death a year ago today.
It didn't matter to me that Maoz's parents were Jewish. That's not part of the calculation. When people talk about October 7th, it's Israelis versus Palestinians. It didn't feel to me Israelis versus Palestinians. Those who were hurt, those who were killed were my people too.
I just replied immediately, thank you for being there.
A few days later, he made a post on Twitter.
I am not crying for my parents. I am crying for those who will lose their lives in this war.
He doesn't want revenge, and he doesn't want what's happened to him to cause more people to suffer. And I said, it took me 8 years to come to that point. When my brother, Taysir, died, he was 19 years old, and I was 10 years old. He was arrested on suspicion of throwing rocks. He was beaten up in prison by an Israeli soldier, which caused internal injuries. He died as a result of those injuries. It's still painful. A few days after Maoz's parents were killed, it's just I can't imagine stepping out of your pain to think of somebody else's pain, to think of what other people are going through. It takes so much of a humanity of someone to do that. So I wrote him that, and he sent me a message right away saying, let's talk.
I knew that my life has changed dramatically. It's not just what happened to my parents, my childhood friends, Israelis. I knew that a war is just about to happen, and a war that we have never experienced before in our lifetime. So every contact, every bridge, every relationship that I knew that I would be able to build with Palestinians, it's very meaningful, not just for me, Maoz, as a person, but for the region.
An excerpt from The Path Forward featuring Maoz Inon, who lost his parents a year ago today, and Aziz Abu Sara, Palestinian peace activist, who's joining us now from Greenville, South Carolina. He's also author and founder of Mejdi Tours and a resident of East Jerusalem. When Aziz Abu Sara was 9 years old, as you just heard, his older brother Taysir died soon after his release from an Israeli prison of internal injuries suffered after he was tortured in prison. And here in
I just thought this was a really important conversation. Of course, Democracy Now! Are the ones doing it, seemingly just always committed to peace. And that is a position that is not held by enough people.
Julie Cohen is with us, the Oscar-nominated filmmaker who's made many films, including RBG, My Name is Pauli Murray, Gabby Givert's Won't Back Down. Julie is a Jewish American and co-directed The Path Forward with Mo Husseini, a Palestinian-American writer. We thank you both for being with us. Aziz, your thoughts on this October 7th anniversary?
It's been a hard morning already, just listening to news, and I've talked to Maoz already this morning, been in touch with some friends, but it's been not just the anniversary of October 7th. It's this whole year has been like a nightmare that I keep wishing I can wake up and just forget all about it and assume that, believe that was just a dream, just a nightmare. And unfortunately, it hasn't. Tens of thousands of people have been killed. So much pain, so much suffering. So many people I know, both Palestinians and Israelis and Lebanese, are suffering. My family are all in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem. It's every time I get a phone call, I'm terrified of receiving horrible news. It's been impossible to have a normal life in this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can't even imagine having to wait by that phone and dread every call coming in from your family thinking that somebody has died. Just watch the end of this. Can't watch the whole thing. Not only do not have time, can't just go watching these videos in entirety. It's ridiculous. Official NCC raid. Really? Okay. Well, thank you for the raid. I didn't see the actual raid happen, but I'll take it. I'll take it.
Convince those who don't yet.
I'll pretend that I heard the raid sound.
Join us and realize that bombing somebody else, killing a civilian, killing a human being is never going to be the way to bring you safety and security, and that our route to freedom is a joint route.
And finally, we just have 30 seconds. The path forward, where can it be seen, Julie?
You should be following myself at Filmmaker Julie and at Mohu on our socials. We're moving towards more screenings of this film and getting it out where everyone can see it online very soon because of the urgency of Aziz and Moses' message and all the others that are involved in this really significant work.
We want to thank you.
So yeah, that film's going to be coming out very shortly, apparently. So we will keep our eyes out for it. And you keep your eyes out for it as well. Alright. This was from a day ago. Reuters. Hezbollah missiles hit Israel on Gaza war anniversary.
Hezbollah rockets struck Israel on Monday, on the first anniversary of the Gaza war. That's as Israel looked poised to expand ground incursions into war. That
just happened. Did I just lose internet? Oh shit, what the fuck is going on? Oh, I have internet. Is it back? I think it's back. Okay.
as Israel looked poised to expand ground incursions into Lebanon. Iran-backed Hezbollah said it targeted a military base in Israel's city Haifa with a salvo of missiles. The group, allies of Palestinian militant group Hamas, said it also launched another attack on Israeli city Tiberias. This strike, 1 year on from Hamas's October 7th cross-border raid into Israel, underlines how much the Gaza conflict has since spread across the Middle East. There are fears that the US, Israel's superpower ally, and Iran will be sucked in. In this latest attack, Israel's military said 5 rockets were launched from Lebanon at Haifa and that 15 were fired at Tiberias, with some shot down. Hamas, meanwhile, targeted Israel's commercial capital, Tel Aviv, with a missile salvo, the group said. This barrage comes following a series of deadly blows against Hezbollah in Lebanon in recent weeks. Mohamed Kanso is one of 1.2 million people displaced in Lebanon while fleeing Israeli attack. He says this war has been imposed on his country and that he did not expect to be living on the streets. Israel accuses Hezbollah of deliberately embedding its command centres and weaponry beneath residential buildings in the heart of Beirut. Hezbollah did.
I know you're giving me answers of people who are relentless champions of peace, but I still don't have an example of where it is that the Democracy Now! Is not a champion of peace. It's confusing to me.
Storing weapons among civilians. On Sunday night, Israeli missiles rained down across the Lebanese capital. Many fear Israel will unleash on.
Wow. That is quite an explosion. Nightbot, why are you lying? Stop lying. No one wants that.
Israel is marking the one-year anniversary since Hamas's October 7th attack. That attack triggered a Middle East war that shows no signs of ending. Israel spent most of the past year battling Hamas militants in an offensive in Gaza, but over the past few weeks, it's turned its attention toward Hezbollah in Lebanon. In fact, over the past week or so, it has begun sending ground troops into Lebanon against Hezbollah. That operation only appears to be growing by the day. At the same time, Israeli leaders are vowing to strike Iran. That would be a response to Iran's massive missile barrage about a week ago. So there is no sign of this war ending. If anything, it only is expanding and widening across the region. So we've learned many things over this past year of fighting, but if there's one theme that really sticks out, it is just all of the lines that have been crossed. The things that were once unthinkable have become...
Yeah, what happened to all those supposed lines? It's weird.
Routine on the Israeli side.
Seemingly the AP has kind of watched them all happen without really objecting too much, and it's weird to even hear them bring up the red lines again, because I haven't heard a peep about lines since, I don't know, Rafah got invaded 5 months ago.
The things that were once unthinkable have become routine. On the Israeli side, over 1,200 people killed on that first day, the deadliest day in Israel's history, the sense of sadness and shock that you still feel everywhere you go in the country. The government believes that over 100 hostages still remain in captivity in Gaza. It believes about a third of them have died, and that number could continue to grow because the conditions are so difficult for them. In Gaza, the sense of loss and destruction is even more acute. The territory has never seen anything like this. Over 40,000 people reported killed. 90% of the population has been displaced, with no hopes of returning home anytime soon. Things.
I mean, technically the U.S. could force Israel to allow people to go back. That would be the hope, technically. That should exist, but Associated Press is determined to lower our expectations on that. I'm sure many of those people are genuinely hoping to return to their homes if there's anything to go back to. This guy lights farts passively with mad guy. I have no idea what that means, but it's a very, very funny and strange sentence. It really pokes out at me. Let's go here. Democracy Now! From a day ago. Report from Beirut. Israel intensifies bombardment of Lebanon, displacing 1.2 million people. Jesus Christ. That makes it... How many millions of people has Israel displaced?
This news is funded by...
Well, 2.5, 3 million people now? In the last year?
Viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. We end today's show in Lebanon, where Israel has launched its heaviest bombardment to date on Beirut and the city's southern suburbs. Earlier today, Israeli warplanes bombed a fire station in southern Lebanon, killing at least 8 people. Israel's assault has now displaced 1.2 million people in Lebanon. Many have fled to Beirut from the south.
We have been displaced for 10 days now. We don't have food with us. You are not able to even go and bring new clothes. We left our homes and came here. Every night there's a strike. You cannot sleep. We came here and we are unable to go back from where we came. Our situation is terrible. If someone is able to find any way to get out of the country, they should. It's better than living on aid.
On Sunday, Hezbollah fired rockets at the Israeli port city of Haifa. In Beirut, we're joined by Rima Majid. She's an assistant professor of sociology at the American University of Beirut. You're speaking to us from Beirut, where these massive explosions rocked the city over the weekend, marking the most violent night of Israeli attacks in recent weeks. We're hearing reports of Israeli strikes pounding southern Beirut. And
wait, I'm sorry. You think that Democracy Now! Is pro-war in Ukraine? Like they want Russia to invade Ukraine? It's very confusing. I don't understand. And you thought that they were... When were they pro the Iraq War? What are you talking about? Since when? They were pro the Iraq War? Get out.
On Sunday, Hezbollah fired rockets at the Israeli port city of Haifa. In Beirut, we're joined by Rima Majid. She's an assistant professor of sociology at the American University of Beirut. You're speaking to us from Beirut, where these massive explosions rocked the city over the weekend, marking the most violent night of Israeli attacks in recent weeks. We're hearing reports of Israeli strikes pounding southern Beirut and a massive airstrike on Sunday near the city's international airport. Describe what it's like to be there, Rima.
Thank you so much, Amy. I mean, it's of course horrible to be here. It's I mean, our nights are very long. Unfortunately, the heaviest bombing happens at night when people are getting ready to go to bed. But the past weekend and the weeks before have been really horrible. I mean, this week it's been mainly Beirut, but the south, the Bekaa and other areas have been very heavily hit in the weeks before. The situation is really very, very, very dire. I mean, I can go on for hours describing how horrible this whole situation is. I mean, this is also a country where it's a country that's already suffering from multiple crises in the past 5 years, from one of the worst financial crises in the world, the port explosion in 2020, of course, COVID and its aftermath, earthquake last year. And a political deadlock that where at the moment we have no president, a caretaker government, and a parliament that has not convened since the beginning of this war. So we are talking about a situation that is very difficult. What I want to talk about is the effects of these bombs are massive, not just at, I mean, of course, at the humanitarian scale, but I think the humanitarian aspect is something that people have become, it's become very, very dehumanizing to just focus on humanitarianism. We're talking about bare life here. All we care about is for people to just have shelter and food and be safe. We're forgetting about, lives of millions of people that are put on hold, dreams that are put on hold, social words that are disrupted, an everyday life that has changed in drastic ways overnight. I made it to this studio very late because I couldn't drive from a distance that is very close to here that usually takes 3 or 4 minutes. It took me 45 minutes and I couldn't continue the road. I had to be picked up on a motorbike to get here because of how crammed the city has become. So the effects of this are going to be immense for months, if not years to come. Israel is using a tactic that we've seen in Gaza. It's raising whole areas. I mean, the Dahi, the southern suburb of Beirut, and many areas in the south and the Bekaa are being completely destroyed, which means people will have nowhere to go back to. But also, I mean, these orders of evacuation are also, I mean, it's the same absurdity that my, friends in Gaza are describing. I mean, when we tell people to evacuate, but go where? It's very hard to find shelter in these conditions. People are sleeping in the streets. Winter is coming. It's starting to rain in Beirut. We're starting to talk about the possibility of epidemics spreading. So this is really a huge, catastrophe, and it's not a humanitarian one. It is a political catastrophe, and it's a social catastrophe.
And Professor Majid,
this would not have happened if it wasn't for the.
Go ahead. This wouldn't have happened if it weren't for.
If it wasn't for the backing and the arming of Israel.
And your response, we have just a minute, to Israel saying they're just trying to destroy Hezbollah. They're telling everyone else to leave, to protect them.
Yeah, we've heard the same thing in Gaza. They're just trying to destroy Hamas. I mean, two things. First, it's important to understand who Hezbollah is. Hezbollah, of course, is a political and military organization, but Hezbollah is also has a social base, and these are not people that are involved in military action. The war with Lebanon, the war of Israel on Lebanon has not started with the creation of Hezbollah in '82. Israel has invaded Lebanon way before '82. Hezbollah was created as a result of the Beirut invasion in '82. So the aim, I think, is not just Hezbollah, but the aim is to kill any possible resistance.
We continue to look at Israel.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The fact is they just... Anyone who objects to what Israel's doing, Israel basically just claims it's a valid target. This is from a day ago. Sirens heard over Tel Aviv. You can see some sort of projectile that just got launched here. Probably Iron Dome. Yeah, there's a bunch of them going off. Okay, now this was, I think, from earlier today. Yes. White House responded after top Hezbollah leader endorsed a ceasefire. Uh-oh. Hezbollah wants a ceasefire. Wonder what the White House thinks about ceasefires.
Thank you. With the president canceling his trip to Germany and to Angola, does he still have plans to get to Africa before the end of his term?
So as he said before departing the White House, he does hope to make that trip to Africa. He really wants to continue, and the whole essence of the trip was to underscore our commitment to our partners in Africa, and especially because sub-Saharan Africa is such an important global leader. So I don't have any additional, this has happened this morning, but we will keep you posted.
On the Middle East, Hezbollah's deputy leader has said he supports attempts to secure a truce, and for the first time did not mention the end of the war in Gaza.
By the way, it's just audio. That's why I wasn't switching over.
Israel-Lebanon border. Do you see this as an opening for a ceasefire? Have you spoken to Israel about these comments, and what are you hearing from Israeli counterparts?
So we continue to have discussions with the Israelis about their response to the earlier attacks last week. I'm not going to get ahead of those discussions as this is their operation. I hear the new statements that you're saying from the Hezbollah leader. And what we understand right now is that what they've been working on is efforts to destroy Hezbollah infrastructure. This is in line with Israel's...
Okay. Well, then it's fine then. I guess we don't need a ceasefire. Actually, Israel can keep destroying Lebanon just at will. And we'll continue giving them bombs for it.
And what we understand right now is that what they've been working on is efforts to destroy Hezbollah infrastructure. This is in line with Israel's right to defend its citizens. I think we are all eager for a ceasefire, speaking from the United States. And along with our G7 leaders, we put out a statement last week about the need for peace in the region so people can return safely to their homes. So we definitely are continuing to urge that.
Right. Okay. So that basically just sounds like the White House is just fully backing whatever Israel's doing in Lebanon, even if it's killing civilians and displacing over 1 million people, even if it's illegal and a war crime. Now, this was 8 hours ago, showing the aftermath of Israel's recent assault on Lebanon, in southern Lebanon at least, I think. Or supposedly. This just looks like a suburban neighborhood. Why are they blasting this? Why is Israel's war efforts more important than evacuating American citizens? Probably because the U.S. got goals in the Middle East and it's not protecting people. Do you not think I know who Chris Hedges is? I mean, we've covered multiple of his podcasts here on this very stream. I wouldn't say I love all of his content, but he certainly is a diligent guy and has done some pretty important stories. So I don't know why you're trying to tell me who Chris Hedges is. Now, speaking of those evacuation efforts, which were just mentioned in chat, and I was just opining on, here's the State Department spokesperson. Wait, was this Matt? I think this is Matt Miller. Oh, no, sorry, Sabrina saying.
Sabrina. There were some reports of explosions in the city of Isfahan in Iran last night. Do you have any sort of understanding whether it was a military exercise or it was a retaliatory attack by Israel?
I'm not tracking that was any type of retaliatory attack, but I don't know what those explosions were, so I just don't have anything more to add to that.
And are you with your Israeli partners still assessing a response to Iran attack?
Yes, I think we are still, I have said this pretty clearly from a few folks that have asked in the room, but we're still talking to them about their response. I'm just not going to speculate further on what that might look like.
Lastly, nowadays Iranian proxies in Iraq frequently attack Israel. I mean, they launch drones and missiles toward Israel. Do you think they shifted their strategy from attacking U.S. personnel and attacking Israel?
I'm sorry, was the first part of your question on groups in...
Yeah, Iranian proxies in Iraq
and Syria?
They frequently, launch drones towards Israel. And do you think they changed their strategy to attack Israel rather than U.S. personnel in Iraq?
I think we've seen them attack, whether it be U.S. forces or try and launch attacks towards Israel pretty much from the beginning. I can't speak for their strategy. I'm certainly not going to speak on behalf of those groups. But we've seen this type of behavior pretty consistently from the beginning. And what you've also seen us do is continuing to engage and shoot down, whether it be...
Wow. Interesting. Just wow.
But we've seen this type of behavior pretty consistently from the beginning. And what you've also seen us do is continuing to engage and shoot down, whether it be missiles or drones that are launched, whether it be from Iraq or Syria. Our forces have shot those down before.
I'm sorry. Did we skip? I feel like we skipped past one, or did I? Oh, that's why I did skip past one. Okay, that was my fault. So this was about Iran's strategy, which is why I was completely thrown off by what she was talking about. Hold on, we're gonna try this again. I fucked up. Evacuations, which I just mentioned.
Right now.
To get before we get into the Middle East, an update if you have one on the Lebanon flights.
I do. So another U.S. organized flight left from Beirut this morning for Istanbul. It had approximately 120 U.S. citizens, legal permanent residents, and their family members on board. That brings the total number of U.S. citizens, legal permanent residents, and family members who have left on U.S. organized flights since we started them last week to over 1,000 on 10 flights. We've had 10 flights go out, each with a capacity of 300 people, total of 3,000 seats that we've made available on these flights, been filled so far by over 1,000 people. In addition, with flights that have gone out on Middle East Airlines, we have now blocked over 900 seats, and we know that hundreds of them have been filled by Americans as well.
All right, so 10 flights, 3,000 seats, only a third of them have been filled.
Correct.
My understanding is that there was one flight that left maybe last night that only had like 19 people on it.
Somewhere around that, yeah. The flight last night, they varied. Last night was a very small number of people, but today we had, as I said, around 120 people.
Fair enough, but I'm just wondering, since you've said that you're going to keep organizing these flights for as long as there's demand, at what point does demand so diminished that you think that you don't need to do them anymore?
When we get to a point that there is well, let me tell you how we would generally look at it. If we get to a point where there is sufficient capacity on commercial flights that don't require us to organize these U.S. charter flights, then we would stop organizing them. We started organizing them because there wasn't sufficient capacity on the only airline that was leaving from Beirut. Even though we were able to hold seats for U.S. citizens, there weren't enough for the demand. So we've supplemented that with our own flights. If at some point we find that there's not enough demand and that the demand that exists can be filled with commercials, we would take a look at moving back to just operating commercial flights. But we don't assess we're at that point yet. And demand does shift over time based on the security situation. There's still a number of Americans who are in contact with us about wanting to leave, and so for the time being, we're going to continue these flights.
Use that?
It's not an answer to that question. There are 8,800 people who are in contact with the United States, with the State Department, looking for more information. Some percentage of those, it's not 100%, some percentage of those 8,800 are looking for information about leaving, and some lesser percentage of those ultimately haven't decided to leave yet, as witnessed by the number of seats that aren't filled. But they're looking for information because, as we've said before, they make assessments all the time based on the security situation and based on their individual situations inside Lebanon.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So that's interesting because I think to some degree the U.S. government expected people to want to leave faster than they seem to be wanting to. All right, now let's talk about some of the things that happened on October 7th. Hold on, I gotta Oh, actually, before we do that, I see what I've done. All right, yeah, so we'll do that. All right, this is Donald Trump on October 7th at a memorial in New York. What does he think? It's a secret? Like, you see the way that he looked around, like, hey, no, nobody gets to look at this. Don't go looking. I find it very weird that he's wearing a kippah. It's very off-putting.
Boris is the best, Mr. President.
All right, let's go to Zeteo. They had on one of the spokespeople for...
Joining me now is Zahiro Shah Moore. He's the...
Well, I guess I'll just let Mehdi say it.
Nephew of Avraham Munda, whose body was recovered from a tunnel in Khan Yunis in August. Zahiro has been arrested at least 8 times by Israeli authorities since the start of the war for his activism against Benjamin Netanyahu and in favor of a hostage deal. Zahiro, thank you for coming back on Mehdi Unfiltered. Since we last spoke, you received the news and received the body of your uncle, your late uncle, Avraham Munda. I'm so sorry for your loss and what happened to him in Gaza. Do we know what happened?
No, we don't. We don't have any confirmation about the cause of death of my uncle. There are 2 main options. Either he was killed by his captors, you know, when the IDF was around enough to get them scared. Or there is a possibility that he was suffocated in the tunnel from a residue of CO gas from one of the bombs Israel is using. So
wow.
Either way, we don't know yet. We're waiting for a...
We do know in other cases that hostages have been killed by Israel while trying to rescue them. This is why some of us, you and I, have tried to end this war. And while, of course, we should blame Hamas for taking him hostage, which is a war crime, an elderly man, a non-combatant, you blame Netanyahu for not doing a deal to free him before he died in Gaza. Is that correct?
Correct. It has been a year, Mehdi. It has been a year.
Yes.
You know, the first day, on October 7th last year, when my cousin Karen got to Gaza, her captor told her, don't be so afraid. 1 or 2 days and you'll be home. It's unimaginable that we are now, a year has passed. And, you know, every chance, every venue, that every avenue, every road to some kind of agreement was torpedoed. So, and we know this for a fact. We have all the events were on record. All the torpedoes, the torpedoing is on record. This will be remembered for history.
But just to be clear, had Netanyahu extended a version of what they did in November or what was proposed in June, your uncle could be alive today.
Correct. My uncle survived.
100%. A lot of people, so tens of thousands of people could be alive today. Not just his uncle or the hostages that have died so far. All right, now let's go and see the footage of October 7th protests, which took place around the world. I'm gonna skip a few because we already watched some of these on stream live. I've already made a couple of videos about them. So if you missed the previous stream, if you missed Sunday Funday, well, you can go and watch those videos on the channel and kind of get at least part of the experience. Or watch the Sunday Funday stream.
And we commit to rebuilding Gaza, our homeland, and a liberated future for us all. Today and every day until Palestine is free, we will elevate the voices of our people, honor our martyrs, and resist by any means necessary.
This government, they speak of peace, and they speak of democracy, and they speak of justice, but they turn a blind eye to the ethnic cleansing that's happening in Palestine. Not only are they complicit, but they are the architects of this violence, of the oppression that is faced by our brothers and sisters in Palestine and all over the region. They speak of peace, but they fund the very forces that uphold apartheid.
We're just gonna go through all of this. Well, not all of it. I'm not gonna go skipping around. This one's in Turkey. You can see there was just thousands and thousands of people out in the street here. This is, I think, in Australia.
More than 10,000 pro-Palestinian demonstrators have marched through Sydney's CBD on the eve of the October 7 attack. After a week of warnings about banned flags and symbols, it wasn't enough to stop some in the crowd who tried to flout the ruling.
Strident and defiant in the heart of the Sydney CBD. Almost a year since Israel began its devastating war in Gaza following an attack by Hamas. And protesters here are more committed than ever.
We're here to, demand that our government finally cut ties.
I love how they're still committed to October 7th being the first day in history.
The state of Israel, because enough is enough.
Police had originally tried to prevent this from happening before coming to an arrangement with organisers.
The thought that their government, state and federal, tried to shut it down, I think it's really hurt people.
And that hurt was on full display.
Do I share the story of my cousin Rowan, shot by a drone and left to bleed out on the floor of a...
Okay, that's actually funny. That's actually funny. It's anti-father because it promotes resistance against authority figures. That's hilarious. I feel like somebody needs to make a cartoon out of that.
Hospital before she became a martyr.
Hatred directed at Israel.
They are a terrorist, bloodthirsty nation that
Fathers against Intifada.
Of particular concern to police, anyone displaying the flags of terrorist group Hezbollah. The rally is being monitored by police and lawyers at a command centre. If they see any Hezbollah flags, then they'll make the decision whether they are inciting hatred, and police will move in and arrest them. This man was arrested for this flag. Others with colours associated with Hezbollah cutting close to the line.
They just said as long as it's fine like that, they're happy with it. It's got nothing to do with the thing. It's green and gold, and that's all it is.
All right, let's keep it moving. This is raw footage here.
Being neglected, we spread the misinformation. I'm a journalist, and I said it was okay.
This guy tries to help. This guy comes running over and attacks everyone for no good reason. Now, I don't have it in front of me, but that journalist did in fact post, I think on Twitter, saying something to the effect of, I give my left arm for Palestinians who've lost their arms in this war, which, or, I don't know if you necessarily described it as a war, you may have used a different language, that journalists such as myself have, like, supported or whatever. Once again, I don't have it in front of me, so I'm just trying to nutshell. Why did I just click away? Why am I clicking away? I meant to click this.
Good evening. Pro-Palestinian protesters have streamed through the streets of Sydney, marching in their thousands, nearly 1 year on from the October 7 terrorist attack and the start of the war in Gaza.
The demonstration remained peaceful as an army of police officers kept close watch, pouncing on one man with a sign bearing a swastika.
On the eve of the October 7 anniversary, a rally calling for the end to the now year-long war that has torn the Middle East apart.
Free, free Palestine!
Protesters young and old. The official estimate put the crowds at 8,000, with almost a 1,000-strong police presence there for security.
I'd like to thank the cops for taking us on and making sure we are relevant.
Demonstrators earlier warned there'd be zero tolerance to any misbehaviour or racial slurs.
Our response will be proportionate, it will be significant.
We do not want the war in the Middle East played out on our streets in Sydney. That anger has no place here.
The police had this week gone to court to try and stop the rally going ahead, but it instead agreed to a compromise deal, allowing the protest as long as it avoided the Jewish Great Synagogue and didn't display any Hezbollah signs or symbols. Some came close.
No, blurring the lines. It's the green cedar tree, which is our country's icon, and it's yellow for Australia. We're Australian Lebanese.
Officers did move, though, on this man for holding an anti-Israel sign carrying a Nazi swastika. He was cautioned, then later arrested. Organisers unrepentant.
We're here to commemorate today 12 months of genocide by the State of Israel.
New South Wales Premier Chris Minns said the timing of the rally lacked compassion for the 1,200 Israeli victims of the Hamas massacre. Protesters today said they were here for the 40,000 Palestinians killed since.
Every weekend since October 7 we've protested. Our power lies in our numbers, lies in our message.
The demonstration was...
Okay. Let's go here. This was protesters in Tel Aviv demanding the release of hostages. There was a person with a swastika sign. Oh yeah, I think I saw it, and I mean, it wasn't, if I recall correctly, and I could be completely off base on this, but because I watched all this footage so much, I believe, if we're talking about Australia, I believe the person who got arrested was holding a sign that instead of the Star of David, it had a blue swastika, and referred to Israel as a fascist regime to some extent. I don't remember the exact words on the sign, but I do remember the sign itself. And so, I mean, it wasn't like a pro-Nazi sign, but it was, in fact, I mean, it was off-putting. And I don't know if an arrest was necessary, but certainly the sign was not helpful.
As October 7 approaches, thousands of New Yorkers are joining a global call for solidarity to stand with Palestine and Lebanon, and they're demonstrating in Manhattan today to make their voices heard.
As an anti-Zionist Jew, I've been involved in Palestinian liberation movements for the past few years, and you know what's been happening this past year has been an atrocity, but also let's remember that this has been an atrocity for 76 years.
I'm here today because I don't think that the United States is just an observer to this conflict. It's a co-belligerent in the wars in Gaza and now in Lebanon. We arm Israel, we provide military aid, and we provide diplomatic cover in multilateral fora like the Security Council.
I'm just blessed to be here in solidarity with my brothers and sisters of all different colors and religions and non-religions, trying to keep truth and justice alive. We live in such a cold and cruel moment. The genocide is out of control.
1 year of genocide is 1 year of resistance in the very heart of the whole problem.
The U.S. has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to fuel the war machine.
All right, this was in New Jersey. Patterson, New Jersey, I believe.
The rally was held today on what's known as Palestine Way in Patterson, New Jersey. The Palestinian American Community Center hosted the march, marking 1 year of war in Gaza, where more than 40,000 people have been killed, according to Gaza's health ministry. In addition to calling for a ceasefire in Gaza, those taking part in the march also want to see an end to the widening war in other parts of the Middle East.
Message today to start the ceasefire. Now is a big concern. They have fighting against Iran, so maybe American involved with that. And me, my wife, my family, we are American, and we don't need more innocent people lives taken for nothing.
Palestinian artwork was also on display. Patterson, New Jersey has one of the largest Palestinian populations in the U.S.
What I find interesting about this art here is that it seems to have Al-Aqsa Mosque in it quite a lot. And, I mean, it's basically not even part of Palestine anymore. I mean, I'm not saying that it's not. I'm saying that because Israel is basically taking over Jerusalem, it's essentially, you know, I mean, Palestinians can't go to it freely. That's probably why it comes up in the art so much. You think Patterson's by you? Could be. I don't actually know where you're at. Why is this in here? I missed that one. I saw a clip it. Let's go to Minneapolis.
We were walking home from dinner and we saw the whole, the lights with all the pictures, and it was just so hard to even comprehend that it's been a year.
This is not
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis.
We just want to bring them home already to their families, and we'll never.
I thought I put this next to the other one. You know, sometimes my lists don't go the way I expect them to. This should have been back 4 vids.
Tomorrow marks 1 year since a deadly attack in Israel triggered a war that threatens to engulf the Middle East. On October 7th, Hamas ambushed the Jewish state. Terrorists killed 1,200 victims and took hundreds of hostages, including Americans. Israel fought back, launching a war in Gaza that has now left more than 40,000 dead, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. Ahead of tomorrow, police have stepped up security at synagogues across the country. That includes here in Minneapolis, where investigators say a man threatened to shoot up Temple Israel. Today on WCCO Sunday Morning, the deputy director of the Jewish Community Relations Council called the need for extra safeguards heartbreaking.
What choice do we have? We want to make sure that when people go to synagogue for our high holidays, or as I did this morning before coming here to drop my daughter off, that it's safe, and our community is safe because of.
Yeah, and everyone should feel safe. This was in Paris. Jean-Luc Mélenchon, former Prime Minister?
La honte que nous ressentons, nous ici,
was he PM?
qui vivons loin, mais qui ne nous voyons pas représentés. À cet instant que montent nos cris vers le Liban occupé et envahi, vers Gaza, vers les peuples palestiniens.
No, he was just a member of the National Assembly. Not the Prime Minister of the Assembly.
Tant et tant d'années dans les symboles de la liberté, dans les leçons de morale données à la terre entière, et qui, une fois au pied du mur, participent au massacre, disent des paroles qui n'ont aucune conséquence. Qu'on nous entende au Liban, qu'on nous entende à Gaza. Il y a une France, la voici, qui dit que le cessez-le-feu doit être immédiat, que nous ne voulons plus qu'on vende d'armes pour massacrer, qui disons qu'il n'y a qu'un seul droit international et que dès lors qu'il y a un double standard, cela signifie qu'il n'y a plus ni droit ni standard, mais seulement la leçon de la force. L'Europe doit cesser la collaboration avec le gouvernement de M. Netanyahou.
Okay. This was a protest that happened live. Well, it was like happening while we were on stream, I think. Or like it ended right before we got to it. But people were standing silently outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's residence in I think. Oh wait, no, sorry. This here. This is out, I believe, directly outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's residence, where they stood in silence. I think as some sort of a metaphor suggesting that Benjamin Netanyahu had not been listening to them. I actually don't know the reason. I'm just assuming. Whoops, why did I just do that? Don't click. Alright, yeah. And there is no translations for any of the speeches, so I'm not gonna watch those. This is in, I think.
Today marks 1 year since Hamas attacked Israel, taking over 250 people hostage and killing.
This one's not necessary at all. Alright, let's go to San Francisco. I think that's where this is.
Across the world today, people are marking 1 year since the October 7th terror attack. That's when Hamas invaders killed more than 1,200 people in Israel. This morning, thousands gathered at the site of the music festival where many of the atrocities took place. Of the 250 Israelis kidnapped that day, about 90 are still believed to be held hostage, including 4 Americans. And the fighting in the Middle East is not letting up as the world recognizes this solemn milestone. New video shows Israel launching major airstrikes last night on Beirut's southern suburbs. The Israeli military says it will soon launch operations on Lebanon's southern coast, warning residents to stay off beaches. The war thousands of miles away continues to impact communities here at home.
I thought this was the protests. I think, no, this is not really the protest. Okay. This was the New York City protest. This is the worst audio and video of the New York City protest. This is the best audio and video from the New York City protest. This is a status quo. Although, once again, this is one of those videos where we have a bunch of this footage on that video, or on multiple videos that I've now uploaded to the channel. And I mean, they really had a ton of people out here, as you can see. They filled the streets up. At one point, he gets a really great vantage point. I think it's like around somewhere right in the video. But you can see so well just how far down the street. Is it this? It might have been here. But you can see just how far down the street people were. Is it here? Maybe it was there. Maybe it was. Is this it? Shit. Point is, this protest went on for hours and hours and hours. And, truly, tens of thousands of people seemingly showed up. I like how even the cops are like, okay, that's enough instigating, pal. Alright, let's go. Here, I think this is in the UK, showing police violently attacking activists. We're getting towards the end of this stream here, I think.
Get off!
2934! 2934! 2934! 2934! We're watching you! 2934! 2934! 2934!
If you not get involved, you'll be.
Alright, this is back in the US.
Ago, UCLA was rocked by pro-Palestinian protests. Now, the area where encampments once stood is eerily quiet.
Wow.
Private security guards are watching to stop any new overnight demonstration.
Even TRT is like selling it for the campuses. I mean, wow. It wasn't the pro-Palestinian protests that really rocked the campuses. It was the counter-protesters that came and showed up and, you know, caused mayhem and violence to occur.
Eerily quiet.
Which we all
Private
remember.
Security guards are watching to stop any new overnight demonstrations.
They've banned all types of political speech on official websites. We are not allowed to have banners. We are not allowed to wear kufias in classes. Any reason that a police officer wishes to use in order to arrest a student that they suspect is part of the movement, they are allowed to.
College officials across the United States have set new rules, cracking down on demonstrators protesting against the Gaza war. For the first time, both Columbia University and the University of Southern California require students to enter through security checkpoints. At UCLA and UC Berkeley, there are new bans on face masks and encampments. Students and staff who break these rules could be expelled or even fired. The UC...
Wow. Can't wear a face mask on campus or you're gonna get fired or expelled. How fun. This is actually second to last video.
You can see as we go over here towards the front of the group, they have their signs that are making their stances as they make their way up here. Again, another pro-Palestinian group that has made their way through the lower Manhattan area. We go towards the back of that group, and you're going to see the large Palestinian flag back there. Another sign with protesters. This group also expected to make their way over to Washington Square Park. It is expected that several students will be walking out of classes, walking out of their universities, and making their way to these demonstrations throughout the afternoon. Now, once they all gather here at the park, they do appear to be going uptown. We are being told that they'll be making stops at Union Square, Grand Central Station, Times Square, and making their way up eventually to the...
Mask went from mandatory to optional to ban. It seems short-sighted and ill-advised to be doing such a thing. Last video. Great job, everybody.
Well, tonight, thousands are gathering in Central Park for a ceremony to remember the October 7th victims. Mayor Adams and Governor Hochul both expected to take part. Our Jennifer Bishram is live in Central Park right now. Jennifer.
Hi, Maurice. This event started just a few minutes ago, and organizers tell us this event is something they wish they didn't have to put together.
I just remember what this is. We don't need this. We don't need this right now. I'm sorry. Trickery. Well, got through another one, Jen. It was long and arduous, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Techno Apoc, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoab, Nadia, Choki, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears have just gotten done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. I thought you went to bed, Moanoab. What happened to that?